and they talk to you at your next Lincoln Day dinner about fiscal responsibility, securing the border, if they voted for this, let them hear about it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Florida a moment ago talked about the fact that we defund UNRWA and we defund some policies that are pernicious. I agree with him. It's a part of the process that we carried out last year when we set out to change this institution, to return to some sort of regular order, to have 72 hours to read bills, to be able to have single subject bills, to offer amendments on the floor, to actually have an appropriations process. We passed 7 appropriations bills off of the floor of the House. We passed 3 out of committee to the floor. We actually had some amount of debate. We're able to move things through. And we got some of our policy priorities, and we then sent them over to the Senate, and then what do? We walked away, and we went back to business as usual in the swamp, where a handful of people that they call four corners all sit back and decide for you. Not the people in this room as a body, but a handful of so-called cardinals. The same group that I heard guffawing in the back a minute ago. The same block of appropriators that think they're the ones that get to control the entire world and use our men and women in uniform as an excuse to undermine the national security of this country by spending money we don't have, by racking up debt to the tune of $1 trillion every 100 days, while funding all manners of sins with respect to transgender surgeries, abortion, tourism, funding the World Health Organization to give away our sovereignty, funding open borders with mass parole that led to the death of Lake and Riley. Everybody who votes for this bill today, you own it. Don't go out and campaign this year saying you oppose this stuff when you write the check, because that's what's happening today. Every single Republican, every single Democrat who votes for this omnibus spending bill today, they own it. They own the open borders. They own the woke military that we cannot recruit people to fight in. They own giving our sovereignty to World Health Organization and international bodies. They own more funding for the Wuhan lab. Yeah, that's all in there. They own it. We should vote no. You want to win in November? Vote no. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 11,388 members have served historically in the United States House of Representatives. We are blessed, and what we are charged with is serving the American people. That is our job. It is not serving our individual philosophies, ideologies, or whatever it is that we believe. We need to govern on behalf of the American people. And I'm proud to have been working with Democrats and Republicans united to make government work for the people of this country. It's a bipartisan bill. It sides with hardworking majority of the Americans. It helps to lower that cost of living. It protects women's rights. It reinforces America's global leadership. And yes, it helps our communities be safe and secure. It is not about what we do, is not about those of us who serve in this chamber. It is about what we do on behalf of the people of this country outside of this chamber. This bill serves the American people, and it has Democrat and Republican support to move forward. We are 6 months into this 2024 year. We have been unable to do the work of the people because some people will hold us back. Again, our job, why we are elected, is to serve the American people. That's what we are charged with. Never forget that we are blessed to serve here, and we have a duty to perform and to do what is right. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. It makes sense for us to do it, and we do it because we represent hard-working families in this country who put their faith and trust in us to do this job on their behalf. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to Resolution 1102? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are now ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules, which will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit on H.R. 1023 and the passage of H.R. 1023 if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 286, the nays are 134, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1023, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1023, offered by Mr. Peters of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Mr. President,
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that we start the noon vote now.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tubbs, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Casey, Cornyn, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Marshall, Sullivan. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Butler, aye.
Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Bozeman, were you? Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye.
Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. He showed up. Mullen. I don't know. He was just. No, I did not do a DNA test. I cannot be sure. I cannot. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Hoban, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Ms. Rosen. Aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. You fell on the floor. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. this vote, the yeas are 88, the nays are 7, and the nomination is confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 88 and the nays are 7, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Senator from Washington.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor? Aye. Say aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask the chair to lay before the Senate a message from the House of Representatives on H.R. 2882, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Thanks. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Kelly, Menendez, Murray, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, and Welch. Mr. Vance voted in the negative. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Romney, aye.
Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Sanders, no.
The yeas are 78, the nays are 18. The motion is agreed to.
They're going to do this, and she'll start there. Okay.
The chair lays before the Senate a message from the House.
Resolved that the House agree to the amendment of the Senate to the bill H.R. 2882 entitled An Act to Reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Trust Fund and for other purposes with a House amendment to the Senate amendment.
Madam President, I move that the Senate concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment. I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment, H.R. 2882, an act to reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Trust Fund and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask that further reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to concur in the House amendment with an amendment 1790, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 2882 with an amendment numbered 1790.
I ask that further reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask for the yeas and nays on the motion to concur with the amendment.
Is there sufficient second?
There appears to be.
There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have an amendment to amendment number 1790, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 1791 to amendment numbered 1790.
I ask that further reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I move to refer the House message to the Committee on Appropriations with instructions to report back forthwith with an amendment 1792.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to refer the House message to accompany H.R. 2882 to the Committee on Appropriations with instructions to report back forthwith, and amendment numbered 1792.
I ask that further reading be waived.
Without objection.
I ask for the yeas and nays on my motion.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have an amendment to the instructions, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 1793 to the instructions of the motion to refer.
I ask that further reading be waived.
Without objection.
I ask for the yeas and nays on my amendment.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have an amendment to amendment number 1793, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 1794 to amendment numbered 1793.
I ask that further reading of the amendment be waived.
Without objection.
Floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. We are nearing the end of what has been a long, winding, and tough process. And I just want to start by thanking everyone who has worked with me to get here. And that starts, of course, with my Vice Chair, Senator Collins, who has been a really great partner throughout this process, and I so appreciate it. I also want to thank our counterparts in the House, Chair Granger and Ranking Member DeLauro. And I want to thank all of my staff and the vice chairs who have worked tirelessly on these bills. All our incredible subcommittee chairs, Senators Tester, Van Hollen, Murphy, Baldwin, Reed, and Coons. Our ranking members, Senators Hagerty, Britt, Capito, Fisher, and Graham. Leaders Schumer and McConnell and all of their staffs, and so many others. As I've said before, this is not the package I would have written all on my own, but by working together, we were finally able to hammer out an agreement on funding bills that protect and even strengthen critical investments in our families, in our economy, and in our national security. Make no mistake, we had to work under very difficult top-line numbers and fight off literally hundreds of extreme Republican poison pills from the House, not to mention some unthinkable cuts. But at the end of the day, this is a bill that will keep our country and our families moving forward. So I want to talk about what is in this package before our final vote. And I want to start with something that is a top priority for families and for me. Childcare, which is far out of reach for so many people right now. I will seize every opportunity I can to help families get affordable childcare. And in this funding bill, I'm pleased to say that we increased federal funding for childcare and pre-K by $1 billion. And that is not even counting steps I secured to protect the C Campus program that helps young parents who are in college who need childcare, or double the capacity for the universal pre-K program we have for our service members. Ultimately, we need to pass, I believe, my Child Care for Working Families Act to fix this crisis and make affordable child care a reality for every family. But until we get there, I will keep pushing for every inch of progress to alleviate the stress families are feeling when it comes to child care. Can we take steps to help our military families get child care? What about moms who are looking to get a college degree? What about a bit of progress can we make to help folks? These are the questions that motivate my thinking on this issue and many others, like people's health and well-being. This package provides crucial health funding. It boosts research funding for cancer, for Alzheimer's, for maternal mortality, and more. It funds community health centers, local efforts to fight the opioid and mental health crisis, and the new Federal Office of Pandemic Preparedness that I created with former Senator Burr. In the face of House Republicans' push to gut funding to end HIV and build our public health infrastructure, we protected those vital efforts in this bill. And we protected family planning, not just from the House Republican efforts to defund Title X entirely, but also from countless far-right proposals to restrict women's reproductive freedom. The American people should know that Democrats stood firm to reject every single one of those. And we also stood together to make critical investments in education, protecting increases we made to the maximum Pell Award in recent years, educator preparation initiatives, and workforce training programs. And we rejected House Republicans' unthinkable cuts in funding for K-12 schools, which would have reduced funding for nearly 90% of school districts and forced teachers out of our kids' classrooms. And of course, this package does fund our staffs and Capitol Police here in Congress, our election security, and other essential basic functions of government. And then there are the crucial investments for our national security. Madam President, at a time when Putin is on the march in Ukraine, the Chinese government is growing its influence in an aggressive posture, and the Israel-Hamas war is still raging, American leadership could not be more essential. That's why it remains imperative the Speaker finally put that national security supplemental bill that we passed overwhelmingly up for a vote. And it is why this bill also includes investments to promote global stability, to keep our country safe, to deter conflict, and ensure our military remains the strongest in the world. That means investments in diplomacy, maintaining strong ties with our allies, upholding our commitments, forging new partnerships, providing more humanitarian aid, and promoting stability and global health. It means investments in defense, and not just funds for new equipment, though that is important, but investments in the men and women in uniform who are our true front lines of defense. The bill provides our service members a pay raise. It invests in child care for their kids, like I mentioned earlier. It invests in food security and strengthens our efforts to prevent suicide and address sexual assault and harassment in the forces, and more. And this bill secured additional visas for brave Afghans who worked alongside our service members during the war in Afghanistan. Finally, this package provides critical operational funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It is certainly not a perfect outcome, but let's not forget that Democrats were at the table. We were ready to pass a bipartisan border policy deal until Donald Trump told Republicans to kill that deal. But, Madam President, in spite of that, the funding in this bill shows we can at least agree to some extent that we must not shortchange crucial work, stopping fentanyl from reaching our communities, stopping dangerous human trafficking, cracking down on drug cartels, and ensuring our borders are operating safely, efficiently, and humanely. Now, Madam President, I hope my colleagues will work with me to close the book on FY24, to avoid a shutdown, and get this bill passed ASAP. And then let's make sure we all learn from the hard lessons of the past few months about how we do get things done in a divided government. Because what we have seen at every stage of this process is when we do work together, when we put our heads down and focus on solutions and listen to our constituents, we can find common ground. We can craft bipartisan bills. But when House Republicans stopped everything to renegotiate the deal they struck with the president, when they insisted on partisan poison bills, when they listened to the loudest voices on the far right, who, let's be real, were never going to vote for any bipartisan funding bill, that gets us nowhere. It wasted months of precious time, far better spent crafting bills that grow our economy and protect our country and make things better for folks back home. And after all of that delay, how different ultimately was the outcome? Think about that. And yet now we are here 6 months into the fiscal year, and agencies will just have 6 months left to leverage these full-year spending bills. Madam President, I believe that we negotiated strong, bipartisan bills that will help the American people. And this outcome is so much better than a shutdown or a full-year CR, which would have had devastating cuts. But it should never have taken us this long to get here. We should not teeter on the verge of a shutdown and lurch from one CR to another. Agencies should not be dedicating so many resources to preparing again and again for a possible government shutdown. Don't we all agree that the Pentagon and NIH have better ways to be spending their time and their tax dollars? The far-right elements who forced this dysfunction claim to care a lot about fiscal responsibility. But the constant chaos that they create is the opposite of fiscal responsibility. The truth is, these appropriation bills are written over the course of months, after dozens of hearings with the input from nearly every member, and they reflect the priorities of every state in America. Working together, focusing on solutions, solving problems for people back home, that is the responsible way to get things done. And it is, for the most part, how we conducted ourselves here in the Senate. Vice Chair Collins and I held bipartisan hearings. We gave every senator an opportunity to weigh in on these bills. And we crafted 12 bills that passed out of our committee overwhelmingly, many unanimously. And I think we need more of that as we begin our work now on FY25 if we're going to keep this process on track. So, Madam President, as we finally pass this bill, I urge all of my colleagues to really take the lessons of the past year to heart. Congress can still work, but only when we come to the negotiating table in good faith and leave politics at the door. Now, before I turn it over, I want to submit into the record a list recognizing our incredibly dedicated staff, the people who truly keep the trains on track, and who poured so many long days and nights of hard work into these bills. I ask unanimous consent to include that in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. And I again want to thank my colleague who has worked with me side by side through ups and downs and challenges for well over a year now to get us to where we are today. And we want to get this bill passed and move on because we believe that by working together, we make America better. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, I rise today in support of the final 6 government funding bills before us. These bipartisan, bicameral bills are the results of many months of hard work by the appropriations committees in both the Senate and the House. Let me start by thanking Chair Murray for her tremendous leadership and hard work throughout the entire appropriations process. She has really made a difference. Since Chair Murray and I took the helm of the committee over a year ago, we have been committed to an appropriations process that provided senators with a voice in funding decisions through robust committee proceedings. Toward that end, we held more than 50 public hearings and briefings. We televised our committee markups for the first time ever. And the Senate Appropriations Committee marked up and advanced all 12 bills individually for the first time in 5 years. And we did so with overwhelming bipartisan support. Every single bill, each and every one of them, was subject to robust debate and amendments. Many of them passed unanimously, I'm pleased to say. Others with only one dissenting vote. This final package on the Senate floor today includes the fiscal year 2024 appropriations bills for the Department of Defense, state and foreign operations, financial services and general government, labor, health and human services and education, the legislative branch, and Homeland Security. Madam President, we are not punting through yet another continuing resolution, nor is this an omnibus. Rather, it is a package of 6 individual bills that fund critical programs, important agencies, and essential departments through the end of this fiscal year. Now, Madam President, I would have preferred that more of these bills have been brought across the Senate floor, but no one can say that they were not available for scrutiny since we reported the last of them from committee way back in July. I want to, in addition to my thanks for Chair Murray, to thank the ranking Republican members on each of the subcommittees reflected in the package today. Senators Graham, Hagerty, Capito, Fisher, and Britt for their outstanding efforts in assembling this package, and I also want to acknowledge the contributions of their Democratic chairs. Madam President, this legislation is truly a national security bill. 70% of the funding in this package is for our national defense, including investments that strengthen our military readiness and industrial base, provide pay and benefit increases for our brave service members, and support our closest allies. This legislation also supports America's working families while providing funding to better secure our borders and combat the transnational criminal organizations that are flooding our communities with fentanyl. As part of the effort to address the crisis at the border, and it is a crisis, this package includes funding for additional detention beds and more Border Patrol agents and port of entry officers. Those are long-standing Republican priorities, priorities that are shared by many Democrats as well. As the ranking member of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense, I want to take a few moments to highlight the bill in this package on which Chair Tester and I worked extremely closely. The bill avoids a devastating year-long CR that every single service chief told us would be a disaster for the Department of Defense. It meets the complex threats that are facing our country. Madam President, to say that things have changed since the fiscal year 2024 budget request was first presented last spring would be a drastic understatement. Putin refuses to end his war in Ukraine. Hamas conducted its heinous, brutal attack on Israel on October 7. Iran continues to fan the flame of violence and terrorism throughout the Middle East, including against American forces. And China's military budget and armed forces continue to grow unabated. But you don't have to take my word for it. In the past few weeks, the commander of U.S. Central Command, General Eric Kurilla, has described this as the most dangerous security environment in 50 years. On the other side of the world, the commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command told Chairman Tester and me earlier this week that this is the most dangerous time that he has seen in his 40-year career, citing cooperation between Russia and China as a key and growing concern. In addition, just last week, the Commandant of the Marine Corps and the Chief of Naval Operations wrote to the majority and minority leaders describing the harm to the readiness of our Navy and Marine Corps unless we quickly pass a full-year defense appropriations bill. This needs to be done before a large part, about 2/3 of our government, would otherwise shut down at midnight tonight. We must not let that occur. To meet these challenges, our bill includes nearly $824.5 billion for the United States military. It fully funds the 5.2% pay raise for service members, the largest pay raise in more than 20 years. And it includes a critical $123 million increase for bonuses for our new recruits and junior enlisted soldiers. The bill also doubles the number of children who will have access to full-day pre-kindergarten in DoD schools, an important priority for Senator Murray and for me. I also want to salute the work that Representative Ken Calvert did in this whole area of improving benefits and pay for our junior enlisted soldiers. Madam President, as the Chinese Navy rapidly expands to more than 400 ships over the next 2 years, our legislation includes $33.7 billion for Navy shipbuilding and down payments for both an additional DDG-51 destroyer and an amphibious ship, the largest shipbuilding budget ever provided. Indeed, our legislation supports a Navy fleet that is 6 ships larger than the President's woefully inadequate request. The defense bill also includes more than $2.2 billion for our uniformed military leaders' highest priorities that were not included in the administration's request. But as you know, Madam President, we get a list of unfunded priorities from our service chiefs. Our bill includes $273 million for long-range radars and sensors to close the awareness gaps identified by General Van Herk when he was commander of Northern Command. It includes $50 million for the Indo-PACOM commander to accelerate his top priority targeting capability, and $200 million to accelerate the development of the E-7 radar aircraft that was a top priority for the Air Force. To strengthen deterrence against China, our legislation keeps the modernization of the nuclear triad on track. It funds the transition from just-in-time to a just-in-case stockpile of munitions by authorizing and funding for the first time ever 6 multi-year procurement contracts for missiles and munitions. Surely that has been one of the lessons that we have learned from Ukraine, how important it is that we have modernized and adequate stockpiles. $6.5 billion is also included to maximize this year's production of Patriot air defense missiles, long-range anti-ship missiles, and 6 other long-range precision strike missile programs. But finally, in the area of defense, this bill also includes $500 million for Iron Dome and David Sling and Arrow, the cooperative missile defense programs that are consistent with the 10-year Memorandum of Understanding signed between the United States and our close ally, Israel. This will provide much-needed assistance to Israel in its fight against terrorism. Madam President, in addition to having a strong national defense, another priority of mine is biomedical research. And this bill will continue the progress that we are making in increasing funding for the National Institutes of Health. It increases funding for NIH by $300 million, including $120 million in an increase for the National Cancer Institute and $100 million more for Alzheimer's disease and related dementia research. I would note that it also increases funding for mental health, which is so important, an area that has been neglected somewhat in the past. Another cause of mine as the co-chair with Senator Jeanne Shaheen of the Diabetes Caucus has been to increase the funding for diabetes research, and we have done so in this bill. We also pay attention to the problems with opioids and have included an increase in the funding for the Help to End Addiction long-term initiative, known as the HEAL initiative. Palliative care research also receives an increase. That is so important as our population ages, and that is an area, long-term care, that we still need to do an awful lot of work on in this country. I hope that this will start us on our path to that end. Again, Madam President, there has been so much work done on this package of bills, and I want to thank my Republican and Democratic colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, the leaders in the House as well on the Appropriations subcommittees and full committee. And I also want to thank our Senate leaders on both sides of the aisle and our House leaders for their extensive work on these bills. Members throughout the Senate have contributed to prioritizing funding and identifying how funding should be prioritized. And I want to note for my Republican colleagues that the legacy riders that we have traditionally included, such as the Hyde Amendment, are included in this bill. Finally, I want to thank our extraordinary staff. They have worked nonstop throughout this past year, but particularly this past month, without getting sleep, without seeing their families, just working night and day. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this final FY 2024 appropriations package and complete our fundamental job of funding our government. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Congress is poised to do what no American family would ever do, Congress is poised to spend a third more dollars than they receive. This is essentially equivalent to a family at home making $45,000 but spending $60,000. No American family can do that. But that's what's happening here. The spending that has been brought forward for our spending plans this year will lead to a $1.5 trillion deficit. So we bring in about $4.5 trillion, and we're going to spend $6 trillion. It's reckless. It leads to inflation. It's a direct vote to steal your paycheck. Because what happens as we borrow more money, the Federal Reserve just prints up more money and they'll pay for all the debt that's created today, but that devalues your dollar. So when you go to the grocery store and your prices have risen 20%, you can thank the people today that are all for you and they're going to give you everything you want. Every program under the sun that grandmother and mother and apple pie wants, they're going to give you. But they're going to borrow the money. This is a bait and switch. It's like, what do you want, America? Here, we'll give it to you. It's free. You don't have to do anything. But it's borrowed. When they give you stuff that they buy with borrowed money, they create inflation. This has been going on for a while, but it has accelerated. It is at an alarming pace now. With the COVID lockdowns, we were borrowing $3 trillion. Then with the Biden years, we were borrowing over $1 trillion. We're still borrowing at $1.5 trillion. Why? Because their spending proposals take most of the spending off limits. 2/3 of our spending is entitlements. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps. That's 2/3 of the spending. That equals all of the money you pay in taxes. They've taken that off the limit. They've stuck their head in the sand and they said, we will not ever touch entitlements. Well, if you don't, you're not a serious person. If you don't, you're part of the problem. Entitlements is 2/3 of the spending. Do I want to do something to them? Do I take joy in knowing that we have to reform these? No. But if you don't reform them, they are an anchor around the neck of America, and they're destroying us by spending money we don't have. So 2/3 of the spending they're not even going to address. Now, the remaining third of spending, that's what we vote on, military spending and non-military spending. They call this discretionary spending. Of that remaining third, they took half of that off the table. So entitlements is 2/3 of the spending. That's going up at about 5 to 6%. The remaining third that we vote on is military and non-military. They said, well, we have to continue to expand the military. It's going to go up at 3%. So what are we left with? We're left with 1/2 of 1/3, 1/6 of government, about 16.6%, and we're going to say, oh, we're going to really try to rein in spending there. And there, what they do is they almost slow it down to 1 or 2%. This bill spends 1/3 more than comes in, and what it is going to lead to, and has been leading to, is the erosion of your paycheck, the explosion of your gas prices, and the explosion of your grocery bills. Nothing is changing. And you ask yourself, where are Republicans? We have a Republican majority in the House, and ostensibly Republicans are for reducing the debt. We have a filibuster-proof minority in the Senate, and ostensibly Senate Republicans are for taking control of the debt. And yet what happens? Nothing happens. The spending goes on apace. The deficit grows by day. So when did we get this spending bill? They have months and months to do this. When did we get it? At 2:32 a.m. on Thursday. And now it's rush, rush, rush. We've got to shovel that money out the door, most of which we don't have, or 1/3 of which we don't have. We got to borrow it quickly, shovel it out the door, because the government's going to shut down at Friday at midnight. Why is the government shutting down, and why are we up against a deadline? Because they didn't give us the 1,000-page bill till 2:30 in the morning on Thursday. You think we ought to read it? You think we ought to know what's in it? Republican and Democrat leadership gave this to us at 2:32 in the morning. 1,012-page bill, spends over $1 trillion. No one will be able to thoroughly read and know what's in this until after it's passed. But it's rush, 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 borrow more money, spend the money, and then try to deceive you into thinking that we brought you manna from heaven. We gave you all these gifts, these baubles. You're going to get a lot of free stuff. every cause you like under the sun, you're going to get something for it in there, but they won't tell you the truth. That it's borrowed, it leads to inflation, and it's the biggest threat to our country. We are not threatened by other countries invading our country. We are a strong and mighty country to which I do not believe we have an external threat. But we have a threat internally, and most of it resides in this body, most of it resides in this body and in the House, with profligate spenders who are not adequately concerned with spending what comes in. They're just jolly well borrowing it. They're jolly well borrowing it and sending it abroad. Look, my sympathies are with Ukraine, but my first obligation of my oath of office is to my country. We can't just borrow money to send it to Ukraine. Once the war is finally over, which one day it will be over, the whole country is destroyed with bombs on both sides, and someone's going to be asked to pay for it. That's going to be you. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sucker will be asked to pay for it. This bill that we're looking at has 138 pages and over 1,400 earmarks, totaling $2 billion. What's an earmark? It's pork. It's not acknowledged by the Constitution. The Constitution says we can tax and spend money for the general welfare. We are allowed to spend money up here, according to the Constitution, only if it's for everyone. So a bike path in Rhode Island is for people who live in one city in Rhode Island. They should tax the people of Rhode Island. But you don't tax everybody for a bike path in Rhode Island. That is against the principle and the spirit of the Constitution. Now, these 1,400 earmarks are on top of the 6,000 earmarks we had last week for $12 billion. So total, between the two bills in the last 3 weeks, we have over 7,000 earmarks for $14 billion. That's a lot of pork. Democrat and Republican leadership want this reckless spending bill to pass quickly to make sure that no one has time to read or scrutinize the bill. Likely no one will ever have the time to review all the $2 billion worth of earmarks before this is passed. Now, earmarks and pork barrel spending is not something brand new. It's been going on a long time. There was a conservative Democrat by the name of William Proxmire. This was a long time ago, in the old days when there used to be conservative Democrats who cared about the debt. And one of the programs that he talked about was, and he gave out a Golden Fleece Award to point out waste, but he said was one of his favorites. He said the government, in their infinite wisdom, decided to discover whether or not if you gave gin to a sunfish versus tequila, which would make the sunfish more aggressive. Think about it. These are pressing problems. $100,000 to give tequila to sunfish and gin and see which one made them more aggressive. Now, you'd think that's so crazy. Certainly it was one-off, and that we discovered this kind of waste and we made it better. He talked about this for 15 years. And throughout the 15 years that he talked about, the research money going to crazy research like this, that not a penny should be spent on, increased. In fact, fast forward to last year, we're now like 30 some odd years after William Proxmire was talking about this. Last year, the main organization that's probably the most wasteful scientific accumulation of grants up here is the National Science Foundation. What did this body do? Republicans and Democrats? They voted to double the budget for the National Science Foundation. What else do they do at the National Science Foundation? Let's see. Nearly $1 million spent studying whether or not Japanese quail, if you give them cocaine, whether or not they're more sexually promiscuous. Your tax dollars. So anytime they're up here bragging about what they're doing and it's worth borrowing the money, you remind them what they're spending it on. Nearly $1 million to study Japanese quail to see if they're more sexually promiscuous when they take cocaine. Another one, this one was ostensibly for autism. But when they got to the autism, then they subgranted it and sent it here and there, and you never know where it's lined up. $750,000, and it went to some, let's just call them eggheads, that's the nicest word I can think of, to study what did Armstrong say, what did Neil Armstrong say when he landed on the moon? Was it one small step for man, or was it one small step for a man? $750,000 was spent studying what he actually said. They listened to the crackly old audio from the black and white tapes from the moon landing. And in the end, $750,000 later, they couldn't decide. Was it one step for man, one step for a man? This is the craziness that goes on. And yet it goes on and on and on. But here's what I would tell you is even when it's something justified. So let's say I have family members who have Alzheimer's. My mother-in-law died not too long ago with it. So I have a great deal of sympathy for the disease. And I think we're a big, rich country and a government. We could spend some money on Alzheimer's disease. But at the same time, we can't bankrupt our country. So if let's say we spend $100 million last year on Alzheimer's disease, am I a cruel person for saying we don't have enough money, we should spend $95 million this year? That never happens. Nothing ever gets smaller around here. Everything gets bigger. Everybody that wants something gets it. Put it on Uncle Sam's tab, and we have a $34 going on $35 trillion debt. The biggest payment now in our budget within about a year is going to be the interest on that. Here's a couple of the new earmarks that are in this bill. $2 million for the construction of a kelp and shellfish nursery in Maine. Now you might say, well, kelp, might taste really good, and I like to eat kelp. Good. There's already a $15 billion private market for kelp. There are companies, including in Maine, that are growing kelp for farm. I say wonderful. I'm not so sure if giving it to the government or to government universities is going to help these businesses or compete with them, but I don't think it's the job of the federal government to be involved in these parochial concerns. Another earmark that we discovered in this bill is $1.5 million to encourage video gaming in New York. Now, I've got nothing against people who play video games, sure. But $1.5 million to encourage people? I've seen kids. I don't think they need any encouragement. In fact, we might be better off spending $1.5 million to discourage kids from playing video games. But I see no reason when we're down and in the hole this year, $1.5 trillion, that we would do this. And this is an add-on. So these add-ons are earmarked. They're in the name of probably the senators from New York. They have decided that they want this video gaming thing in there. And maybe they know somebody in that industry. I don't know. Maybe a friend of theirs. That's why you don't earmark things. That's why things are supposed to be for the general welfare. You don't just say, oh, here's something I'm going to give to a specific parochial interest in my neighborhood or in my state. The third item we have is $388,000 for Columbia University. And I'm sure if the people who put this earmark in would be saying, well, I just love education and I'm just for education. Well, so am I. I'm a product of public school education, private school education, lots of education. I'm all for it. But you know what? Columbia University has a $13.6 billion endowment. They make $388,000 in 20 days of interest. You think maybe they could spend their own money? If you want to take a summer program to get into Columbia, which I think this money may be related to, it costs $12,500 for a 3-week course at Columbia. We are talking about extraordinarily wealthy people paying this and going to this school, but there's no reason for the taxpayers to be giving a rich university that has $13 billion any money. The next earmark we found was $249,000 for the Baltimore Symphony. People say, well, gosh, I love the symphony and I love music. So do I. But the thing is the way government's supposed to work is if you think that there's a general need for symphony money, you would pass a general symphony bill and we'd give money to all the symphonies and we'd make them part of government. One, we don't have the money to do that. Instead, we do something even worse. We shouldn't be in the symphony business in the federal government. We don't have any money. It's not part of the general welfare. But what happens here is the people on the Appropriations Committee that have seniority, that means you've been here, 50 to 100, between 50 and 100 years most of the time. That's an exaggeration. Let's just say 50 years. So they've been here 50 years, they rise to the top, and by golly, they get money for their symphony in their city. But that's not the way government's supposed to work. And there might even be less complaints if we had a surplus, but this is in the midst of borrowing it. So the $250,000 that we're going to send to the Baltimore Symphony is going to be borrowed from China. Everybody is all up in arms about China. Well, we're borrowing the money from China. We're becoming weaker than China because we keep spending money we don't have. The next earmark was $1 million for Cambridge, Massachusetts Community Center to install some solar panels. Now look, I like solar panels as well as anybody. I think it's really kind of cool to get some of your energy from solar panels. But this is a rich community. This is where Harvard is. This is where, some of the largest, most successful corporations in research are in Boston. You think they can't pay for solar panels? Solar panels aren't the general welfare. Our founding fathers said that all spending and taxation had to be for the general welfare, and they went one step further. In Article 1, Section 8, they laid out all the powers of Congress, all the things that we're allowed to do. And not listed in those was to buy solar panels for one town. You'd think that all the wealth of MIT and Harvard, all that wealth that's attracted to Cambridge, they'd be able to buy their own solar panels. But it has no place in a budget that's $1.5 trillion in the hole and only makes us weaker. The next earmark is $1 million for Martha's Vineyard Hospital, one of the richest zip codes in the United States. I've been to Martha's Vineyard. It's beautiful, but I can only afford to go one time. But the thing is, if you live there, that's wonderful. I'm all for wealthy people. I love that they have all these beautiful homes. I think President Obama may have a place there. But the thing is, pay for your own hospital. I've got little tiny hospitals with 40 beds in a really rural community that, because of all the rules and regulations, are barely breaking even in Kentucky, and I don't see sending millions of dollars to Martha's Vineyard. But once again, why did it go to Martha's Vineyard? Because somebody's been here for 50 years, they're on the Appropriations Committee, they put an earmark and say, I want the pork to go to Martha's Vineyard. Nobody makes a debate over whether Martha's Vineyard needs a bet more, than Harlan, Kentucky. They just stick an earmark in there and they get it because they've been here a long time. It's a terrible way to legislate, but it's a terrible way to legislate in the context of this enormous debt that we are amassing. This bill is teeming with about $2 billion worth of earmarks at a time when we can't afford the additional debt. Just days into the new year, the Treasury Department announced that the U.S. debt had surpassed $34 trillion. Hard to fathom. Chairman of the Federal Reserve came out and said it's an urgent problem. Jamie Dimon with J.P. Morgan Chase came out and said it was an urgent problem. And in the heels of people saying that it's an urgent problem, what happens? Congress rises to the occasion and borrows more money. Talk about tone deaf, completely tone deaf. We're just going to borrow another $1.5 trillion on the heels of $34 trillion. We are spending at such a rate that right now we are averaging $1 trillion to the debt every 90 days. If that pace continues, instead of $1.5 trillion, it could be up to $4 trillion in the next year. Since this year, the U.S. is borrowing money $7 billion a day. Think about that. We're borrowing money at over $300 million per hour. $3 million per minute is being borrowed. We're borrowing money at $85,000 a second. This is just spinning literally out of control. If you look at the debt clock online, you can see the numbers, just spinning like crazy. If we're to judge the backroom negotiations between the uni-party leadership in Congress and the White House by its results, we can only conclude that they do not take our spending problem seriously. Even Republicans who talk such a good game about government spending and respect for taxpayer dollars when they're at home cannot be depended upon to fight for fiscal sanity when push comes to shove. Our nation's greatest threat comes not from abroad, but from within the halls of Congress, which at every opportunity look for ways to ignore our spending problem and expedite our economic decline. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office predicts that we will add an average of $2 trillion to our debt every year for the next decade. But there's a breaking point. There's a point at which they print so much money that you can have a catastrophic loss of the value. This is what's happened in South America for decades. It's what's happened in Central America. And we don't want it, at least I don't want it happening in our country. The CBO also estimates that net interest payments will outgrow defense spending this year and will become the largest item, over $800 billion just in interest. This reckless level of borrowing and spending is unsustainable. The ever-increasing heights of our debt mean a weak economy, high inflation, and confiscatory tax rates. In other words, today's spending threatens tomorrow's prosperity. We're approaching a predictable economic crisis in the U.S. In my time in the Senate, I have proposed spending freezes, balanced budgets, spending cuts designed to get our nation back on path. Today, though, instead of a balanced budget, I merely ask this, that this bill be sent back to the Appropriations Committee and that they report to the full Senate about how to responsibly cut 5% from this bloated monstrosity. We wouldn't eliminate anything, but everything you're going to spend money on, grandma, motherhood, apple pie, is going to get 5% less. That's what it would take to start balancing our budget. Wouldn't do it just on this bill because we'd actually have to do that to everything and all the spending, but doing it here today would show that somebody's serious about the spending. My instructions even leave the Appropriations Committee open to determine where to reduce the spending. This isn't asking that much. It's a lopsided compromise in which the select handful of members who wrote this bill get 95% of everything they want. That's what it would mean if we were to pass this cut. Realize when we vote on this cut, though, that not one Democrat will vote to cut 1 penny. Seriously, if we offered an amendment to cut 1 penny, every Democrat would vote no on it. They're resisting voting at all now because they're worried that people at home will discover what they're voting for. But it's more than just the Democrats. No Democrat cares about the deficit. Many Republicans profess to care, but half of them will vote with the Democrats as well. So this is really a bipartisan problem. So don't let anybody tell you this is just all about Joe Biden. It's about the previous administration as well. They borrowed $7 trillion. They shut the economy down. The COVID lockdowns led to extravagant borrowing, more than we've ever seen, and we're continuing it now. But this is a bipartisan problem. It means that rather than spending $1.2 trillion in this package, my proposal would spend $1.14 trillion. Now, some would look at that and say, well, gosh, that's not even very dramatic at all. How did you become so moderate? And, that is true. I am quite the moderate. But it would cut $60 billion. $60 billion. But they will unanimously on the Democrat side vote against this because they're against cutting 1 penny. And our side, half of our people on our side will vote against any cuts also. This is a modest cut and only the beginning of what you would have to do to bring fiscal sanity. I'm willing to accept a reasonable compromise, even one that does not balance the budget significantly or even cut the necessary spending. I'm willing to vote for something to cut some spending. By agreeing to this motion, which will be an amendment later today, we can show that to our constituents that we respect them as taxpayers and are open to the most reasonable attempts to shave down the unsustainable level of spending. Mr. President, I ask that all consider a yes vote on my amendment when the time comes. Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier this week, some Republicans, I think the Republican Study Committee, 170 House members, released their plans for governing next year. And here are some of the things on their health care wish list. Ending Medicare as we know it, which would drive up costs and threaten care for seniors. Trying again, I think we're now on to 50 attempts, to gut the Affordable Care Act, leaving tens of millions of Americans without coverage overnight and punishing people with pre-existing conditions. And banning abortions, IVF, and contraception in every single state through bills, quote, designed to advance the cause of life. If budgets are statements of a party's values, then Republicans are making no secret of theirs. Less access to quality health care and less control over their personal health. And there's no reason not to take them at their word other than that if we take them at their word, you sort of sound like you're exaggerating. That's the problem, is that what they're proposing is so outlandish that it sounds like, as a Democrat and someone who wants my point of view to win the day, it sounds like I'm exaggerating their point of view. I actually had to read this stuff from the Republican Study Group, and they are way out of the mainstream, way out of the mainstream. Again, no reason not to take them at their word, because in Congress and in state houses across the country, Republicans say what they want to do and then they do it. It doesn't matter how cruel these policies are, how unpopular their positions are. They have not been able to show any restraint whatsoever when it comes to enacting this extreme agenda, and it is extreme. Millions of Americans are left to endure the disastrous consequences of this crusade every day. If Republicans have their way, millions of people will lose their health care. Seniors and people with pre-existing conditions will be forced to pay outrageous out-of-pocket costs just to get life-saving procedures and medications, and young people will be kicked off of their parents' plan immediately. And women across the country will be forced to carry doomed pregnancies to term. Families trying to start a family will have one less option, at least, with IVF not even available to them. This is not what we should be fighting for. We have to work to get more people covered, because high-quality, low-cost health care should not be a luxury available to some. And frankly, and I believe this, there is going to be a point where we don't fight about health care anymore. There's going to be a point at which Republicans realize that taking away people's health care, taking away people's autonomy as it relates to their own bodies, is just an electoral loser. We're getting there on Obamacare. I thought we had kind of gotten there after multiple attempts to repeal it, but here they are again, trying to start that effort again. Democrats are focusing on lowering premium and prescription drug costs so getting health care doesn't bankrupt people. And even the Republicans in Washington and across the country, as they try to control women by dismantling reproductive freedoms, Democrats are fighting to codify Roe into federal law. Democrats have done more than just give speeches about health care. We've actually delivered. It was 14 years ago that we passed the Affordable Care Act, which has since helped more than 40 million Americans get their coverage and improved health outcomes for so many people: women, children, seniors, people with disabilities, people in rural communities. And so it's no wonder that more than a decade later, the ACA continues to grow in popularity and is setting new records every year for enrollment. Why? Because people actually like having health care. Republicans, Democrats, independents, voters, not voters, everybody basically thinks that we should have a system that treats you humanely if you're sick. But it hasn't stopped Republicans from trying again and again to repeal it through Supreme Court cases, executive orders, and legislation. They have failed every time. Meanwhile, Democrats continue to build on the ACA's progress, including recently with the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan, because there are now tax credits and other measures in those bills that enable millions of Americans to save an average of $800 per year on premiums. And the number of uninsured is at an all-time low. The number of uninsured is at an all-time low. And the reason for that is legislation that we fortunately passed, but we unfortunately did not have a single Republican vote for the Affordable Care Act, for the American Rescue Plan, or for the Inflation Reduction Act. For the first time ever, people with Medicare are paying less for insulin, which is now capped at $35, saving money on a whole range of other prescription drugs. This is what progress looks like. But there are still millions of Americans, especially in the middle class, who don't get coverage through work, but make too much to qualify for subsidies. And they deserve coverage too. The State Public Option Act, which I'm reintroducing today with colleagues in the Senate and the House, would help to bridge that gap. It helps to provide a public option to anyone who wants health insurance by allowing states to create a Medicaid buy-in program that's not based on income. State public option programs have shown to lower cost, increase consumers' choice in plans, and improve equity in coverage. Several states, including Maine, Minnesota, and New Mexico, are already exploring creating exactly this kind of buy-in approach. The State Public Option Act would help other states to follow suit. The bottom line is this: health care is a necessity and not a luxury, and it shouldn't be something that the political parties argue about. In the richest country in human history, having it should not depend on your job or your economic status. It ought to be available and accessible and affordable to everybody. The vast majority of Americans agree but there's only one party today fighting to make it a reality. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, clearly it's an election year because we're hearing more and more political speeches from the floor of the Senate and precious little work doing the hard things that we actually are elected to do, which is to legislate. Here we find ourselves dealing with appropriations bills that should have been completed last September. I don't know if people really understand that. What we are doing today, lurching from one shutdown to the next, is dealing with last year's work. Well, you would think that under the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer that we would have enough things to do rather than squander the opportunity to deal with those because we're dealing with last year's work. I think we can do better next year. Hopefully with a different majority, we can actually pass a budget. We can take up and pass appropriation bills on a timely basis, and we can get our work done on time, something that has not happened under the current leadership. I want to mention one hopeful sign where at least one branch of the legislature is actually moving things through committee and across the floor and allowing votes, amendments, and debate. That would be the House of Representatives, not the United States Senate, sometimes called the world's greatest deliberative body. To their credit, earlier this year, the House passed a bill that made significant changes in our tax system, and that's what I want to talk about for the next few minutes. This legislation was negotiated by the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, on which I'm privileged to serve, Senator Ron Wyden, and House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith. They released a framework of this agreement in mid-January, and our colleagues in the House immediately began work on the bill. The Ways and Means Committee, for example, held hearings, actual hearings, legislative hearings, and then a markup to debate the legislation. Members offered and voted on amendments, and ultimately this package passed the committee and the full House with strong bipartisan support. Given the polarization and partisanship that often grips Congress, advancing a bipartisan bill is no small feat, especially during an election year. But that doesn't mean the work on the bill is finished. As every high school student knows who takes civics or American history, they know that Congress is a bicameral body. The House and the Senate have to work together. There are two chambers, two sets of members with diverse views, senators representing whole states, in my case, 30 million Texans. The House members represent a much smaller congressional district. But the process means that both chambers need to work through these bills to improve them and make sure they are as good as we can make them before they're signed into law. So my point is that the Senate is not a rubber stamp for the House, nor the House would say that they are not a rubber stamp for us. And that's the way it is, so be it. Members of both chambers have a responsibility to evaluate and shape legislation before it's sent to the President's desk. Congratulations to the members of the House for doing their job. They sent a bipartisan bill to the Senate at the end of January, and now it's the Senate's turn to take a closer look at this legislation and see how it might be improved. I'd hoped that Chairman Wyden would schedule a markup in the Senate Finance Committee and allow members to ask questions and offer amendments to the bill. I'm sure he thinks his negotiated bill with Chairman Smith is perfect and doesn't need any improvement, but others may have a different point of view. After all, members of the House Ways and Means Committee had that opportunity. That's called the legislative process. That's what we are supposed to do. So you would think that Chairman Wyden would want members of his own committee to have the same opportunity that the members of the House Ways and Means Committee had. But apparently that's not the case. Nearly 2 months have passed since that bill passed the House, and Chairman Wyden has shown zero interest in moving this bill through the Finance Committee and across the floor of the United States Senate, giving all senators a chance to participate in the process and hopefully improve the final outcome. In fact, the chairman has refused to schedule a hearing or even a markup, as I mentioned, and has rejected common sense proposals by Ranking Member Mike Crapo and Senate Republicans. Earlier this week, the majority leader virtually guaranteed that the bill will not go through the regular order in the Senate. He took a procedural step to put this bill on the fast track for a vote here on the Senate floor, without any opportunity for the Senate Finance Committee that has jurisdiction over tax matters to engage. No hearing, no markup, just take it or leave it. Well, I've reviewed this bill, and while I will concede there's some portions that are very promising, there are problematic areas that need more work. For example, this bill aims to incentivize research and development here at home by easing the tax burden on America's innovators. Cutting-edge research and development is absolutely critical to our competitiveness, and Congress needs to promote new investments and capabilities that will propel our economy and our national security into the future. This legislation, to its credit, restores full and immediate expensing for equipment and machinery purchases, which will enable small businesses to make new investments in their business and boost domestic manufacturing. I've spoken to a number of my small business constituents in Texas about the need for these types of reforms, and the House-passed bill is a great starting point for a full debate here in the Senate. I believe there's a lot of potential here, but I share Ranking Member Crapo's concerns about some of the main provisions in the bill. One example is the watered-down work requirement for the child tax credit. Under the proposed change, parents with zero earnings would still be eligible for a government check. In other words, historically, tax credits have been tied to work and have been a credit against taxes that you would otherwise owe. But a refundable tax credit is merely a check from the federal government, regardless of whether you worked or created any income whatsoever. Under the proposal by Chairman Wyden and Chairman Smith, as long as a person worked during one of the last 2 years, they would be eligible for the child tax credit. As I said, historically, the child tax credit has been tied to work. I would think we would want able-bodied people to be working if work is available. But this change would completely undermine that basic principle. When the Joint Committee on Taxation analyzed this bill, they found that the expanded child tax credit would cost more than $33 billion over the next 3 years. You heard my colleague, our colleague, Senator Rand Paul, talk about the fact that our national debt is approaching $35 trillion. This would add another $33 billion to that. And despite what the authors of this proposal have said, the vast majority of that cost is not due to tax relief. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, 91% of the cost of this legislation is spending. It's writing a check. It may be called a tax credit, but really it's a welfare payment. It's a transfer payment. 91% of the money will be sent as a check to people with zero tax liability because they have no insufficient income to cause them to have any kind of tax liability. So it's not a credit against earnings or work. It's essentially a welfare check. Only 9% of that $33 billion cost is true relief for hardworking taxpayers with children. The rest is a new welfare program by another name. And it's not limited to the 3 years of the R&D tax credit and the expensing of interest. It's permanent. And I have every confidence that our colleagues across the aisle will come back for another bite at the apple. We would be doing a great disservice to taxpayers by allowing the child tax credit to morph into another welfare program. We should not set the stage for it to become a permanent fixture of entitlement spending. Again, you heard our colleague from Kentucky talk about the fact that the money that we are appropriating here today and that we did a couple of weeks ago, this is only about a third of what the federal government spends. The rest of it is on autopilot. It's mandatory spending. We don't even vote to appropriate that money. It's automatic. And our proponents of this tax bill want us to add another $33 billion over 3 years to that number. The truth is, when it comes to the discretionary spending, the money we appropriate, we've done a much better job controlling the rate of increase of that spending. But right now, entitlement programs grow at 6, 7, 8% a year. That's one reason why our national debt is approaching $35 trillion. Well, supporters of this proposal have tried to downplay concerns about the cost of the bill because they say it's only a temporary change. Well, that reminds me of Ronald Reagan's observation that the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a temporary government program. There's no such thing as temporary around here. People come back either to reauthorize it or to extend it or to grow it. Once created, it does go away. As soon as the temporary change expires, supporters will argue it has to be extended. They'll frame anyone who opposes another extension as trying to increase taxes on hardworking families. Well, as I said, and as the senator from Kentucky said, our national debt's currently $34.5 trillion. A lot of that was money we spent during the COVID pandemic trying to deal with the public health crisis and the economic crisis caused by that virus. And we did whatever we had to do to make our way through that. But in doing so, we added a lot of money to the national debt. We should not continue that. The national debt is increasing by almost $1 trillion every 100 days, and the permanent tax credit expansion would only fuel the debt crisis we're facing. Someday there will be a terrible crisis as a result of the trending national debt. Already you're hearing we're spending more money this year on interest on the national debt than we are on our own defense. Well, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, this child tax credit expansion would cost $180 billion over the next 10 years. We need to pump the brakes on this expansion, this runaway debt train, not stomp on the accelerator, which is what this proposal would do. Mandatory spending already represents nearly 2/3 of federal spending, and a permanent child tax credit expansion would drive that number even higher. That's just one of the concerns that I and many of my Republican colleagues have with this legislation. Over the last several weeks, as we've been able to analyze the text of the bill, even other concerns, more concerns have come to light. This legislation would have a major impact on families and job creators across the country. We need to be careful We need to be deliberate. And we need to make sure we understand what the impact of this legislation would be before a vote on the Senate floor, which is the reason why committees like the Finance Committee exist. Getting it right is far more important than doing it fast. If Chairman Wyden's goal is to build consensus, which is the way we do things around here, he can't shut everybody else out of the process. I understand building consensus in a diverse body like this is not easy. It is hard. And I think some people are positively allergic to the difficulty of that job. But that's the way we govern. That's the way the Senate operates. We need an open forum to debate this bill and make changes at the committee level, and I'm disappointed that the chairman of the Finance Committee himself has refused to do so. Just as our counterparts in the House had their chance to evaluate this legislation and make improvements, at the committee level, Senate tax writers need to have the same opportunity. As each of our colleagues know, Congress has developed a very bad habit of abandoning the procedures that were designed to give every single senator a voice in the legislative process. For too long now, we've had bills cooked up and behind closed doors and plopped here on the Senate floor, facing another deadline, another cliff, and being told you have no choice. You can't change it. All you can do is vote up or down, or else there will be dire consequences, like a shutdown. Committees have been sidelined, and we've moved toward a process in which a small number of members make decisions and try to bully or threaten everyone into voting yes. Well, I can tell you that I, for one, and I know I'm not the only one, am tired about being cut out of the process and being treated like a potted plant. That cannot happen with this bill. So, Mr. President, I will not vote to move this bill on the Senate floor until we have a process that allows all senators to participate, but starting with members of the Senate Finance Committee. And I hope my Republican colleagues will join me in requesting the Finance Committee be given an opportunity to do its job. Until that time, I hope there are 41 senators who will deny the Majority Leader's request that we proceed to consider this legislation after bypassing the Finance Committee process. But once we do that, the Majority Leader must allow a robust floor debate and amendment process. That's what we do. That's our job. All senators deserve a chance to participate, as I said, first in the committee and then on the floor. Many supporters of this bill are pushing for a truncated process in the Senate because the tax season is already well underway. They've suggested that the Senate should just abdicate its job and rush to get the bill done. But as our colleagues know, the tax season began before this bill even passed the House. And the chairman of the Finance Committee completely undermined the urgency argument by sitting on this bill for the last 2 months. The Majority Leader and the chairman of the Finance Committee want to ram this bill through the Senate without proper debate or amendment, and Republicans must not allow that to happen. The way we gain leverage and force a negotiation, rather than being run over and treated as a mere speed bump, is for 41 senators to stick together to deny cloture on a motion to proceed. Members deserve the chance to shape a bill before a final up or down vote on the floor, and I urge Chairman Wyden and Leader Schumer to give us that opportunity. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've had a lot of good news in the last several months, over the last year. Unemployment remains at its lowest level ever for the last 2 years, the unemployment rate has been under 4%. That's the longest stretch that we've had less than 4% of Americans without a job in 50 years. Inflation has cooled to the lowest level since the start of the pandemic. The U.S. economy is booming. We've seen it grow faster than any other large advanced economy in the world. Crime is down. We saw a 12% reduction in urban gun violence in 2023. That's the biggest reduction in the history of the country in 1 year. That's a lot of good news if you look at the metrics that we normally look to when we assess the quality of our public policy. But here's some other striking data. In a report released this week, we come to find that despite unemployment going down, despite inflation going down, despite GDP going up, Americans are more unhappy than any time before. This year in the Global Happiness Rating Survey, the United States, for the first time since they started doing this survey, fell out of the top 20. We are now number 23 in the world. Even more worrying, amongst young people, the United States ranks 62nd in the world. And this is reflected by other surveys that show over the last 10 years the rate of happiness and contentment and fulfillment, self-reported by Americans, dropping, despite the fact that the economy is growing and more people have jobs and crime is plummeting. And so I'm on the floor for just a few minutes to ask this simple question. Should we care about this disconnect between the quality of life indicators that we normally look to assess the measure of our public policy and self-reported rates of happiness? And my answer is pretty simple. We should care because we are in the business of happiness. I know that doesn't sound right because your happiness comes from your personal decisions, the priorities that guide your day. Our government isn't in the business of delivering the last mile of happiness, but we absolutely are in the business of delivering the first mile of happiness. Why do we know that? Because that charge, that mission is in our founding document. The Declaration of Independence says that amongst the inalienable rights enjoyed by all human beings includes the right to pursue happiness. And so that means that our job, charged to us by our founders, is to set up rules of the economy, rules of society, rules of culture that give people the best shot at achieving happiness. And so it's time that we take a big step back as policymakers and ask if a job or rising GDP or a safe neighborhood isn't bringing people happiness, what does? And all I'm suggesting today is that we engage in a conversation together, an apolitical, nonpartisan conversation to try to discover the roots of American unhappiness. Because it doesn't appear that just dialing the knobs of public policy to the right, as happened under Trump's presidency, or to the left under Biden's presidency, is changing this long-term dynamic of more Americans reporting being unsatisfied with their life. Let me just tease this conversation with two routes to happiness that we don't talk enough about. The first is connection. In fact, if you look at longitudinal surveys of Americans' happiness, there's a seminal study done by Harvard where they study over the course of 75 years Americans of every income bracket, of every race, and ask them questions every year. Are you happy? And if so, why are you happy? What they found, and what many other surveys find, is that it's actually not a job or a career or how much money you make, but your relationships, your connection to other human beings, that actually is most indicative, most predictive of whether you will report being happy and fulfilled in your life. And so it shouldn't be surprising or shocking to us that during a moment where more Americans are reporting feeling deeply lonely, we are also seeing more people reporting being unhappy. There has been a sea change in this country over the last 20 years when it comes to the amount of time that we spend with other human beings. And the data is particularly acute for young people, but it is true of adults as well. We spend nearly half as much time today with other human beings in personal connection than we did just 30 years ago. That is a catastrophic decline in socialization. There are lots of reasons for that, but many of them are connected to public policy choices that we have made. We decided not to regulate this transformative new technology called smartphones, nor the apps that dominate those smartphones, social media. That technology has facilitated this withdrawal from socialization, from connection, from conversation. We haven't meaningfully adjusted wages in this country so that people are being forced to work 70 hours now to enjoy the same quality of life that 40 hours of work would have 40 years ago. What does that mean? People are robbed of leisure time, so they can't connect with friends and neighbors through socialization in the evenings or on the weekends. We've undermine the places that people will often find connection, like downtowns, which are less healthy and less vibrant than ever before, as we've created an economy where everybody just buys stuff from a set of big, monopolistic, internationalized companies. And so what we know is that feeling connected to other human beings, having strong relationships, is maybe most predictive of whether you are going to report being happy. But we make public policy choices consistently to make connection harder, not easier. But we don't measure it. We don't measure it. Instead, we just measure things like unemployment and GDP, which are important but not most predictive of whether people are going to be happy. Let me give you a second way that people find a route to happiness, and that is living a life of purpose. Knowing what your role is in the world and living a life that fulfills that role. Well, let's be honest. Many of the ways in which people found purpose 50 years ago are not available to them today. One purpose, for instance, was passing along a better life to your kids, making sacrifices as an adult, tough, difficult sacrifices, but knowing that those sacrifices were going to allow for your child to do better than you. Well, that purpose feels further away than ever before today because we have made it so hard for parents to be able to pass on that better life. College is 400% less affordable today than it was in 1980. Economic mobility is more difficult than before, in part because we favor legacy admissions in colleges, in part because we allow for so much massive transfer of inherited wealth. Economic mobility is further away. And so we've robbed from individuals that sense of meaning and purpose, passing along a better life to your children. Other people found purpose in serving God, living a life in accordance with religious traditions, securing your place in the afterlife. But in a very short period of time, we went from 70% of people belonging to church to 50% of people belonging to church. Now, I don't think there's a government solution to reverse that trend, but we need to admit that it's another example of how very quickly people have become unmoored from a place where they previously found all sorts of purpose and meaning. And if we're not talking about trying to create alternative places where people can find that purpose or meaning, or perhaps working together to find a way to make those institutions like churches healthier places, well, then we're not connecting in to the roadways, to the pathways to happiness, connection, meaning, purpose. I get it. These are hard topics for policymakers to talk about. They feel more natural for philosophers or academics or theologians. But our founders told us in the Declaration of Independence that we need to be in the happiness business. And we have made some likely wrong assumptions about what leads people to happiness. We have become such a materialistic world, and we have become such a materially focused institution that we make an incorrect assumption that by changing the rules of the economy, we are automatically providing people a route to happiness. But it is not always economic change. It is not always economic policy that provides people meaning, provides people purpose, and makes people feel happy. So these are the questions I think that we should be answering. And I think it's a really lovely way for us to set aside some of the policy fights that have worn this place out. What brings meaning? What brings purpose? What makes you feel happy? Ask those questions, and then let's let those answers guide the policies that we can work on together. I frankly think that we would be surprised to find out that that inquiry and the policies that that inquiry commend us to pursue might not divide us as much as the policy arguments that currently dominate this business. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we near the end of fiscal year 2024 appropriations process, I'd like to thank the Vice Chair Collins and Chair Murray, as well as my fellow committee members. The Labor HHS Appropriations Bill, the largest non-defense appropriations bill, is one of the most difficult appropriations bill to negotiate. And I see my chair over there, so it's good to be together again. It's not a stretch to say that every year when we go into appropriations season, it is assumed that Labor H will be one of the hardest bills to pass, and many times it is. This is the first year that Senator Baldwin and I have been at the helm of the Senate Labor HHS Subcommittee, and I'm pleased to say we were able to work together to present a bipartisan Senate bill last summer that laid the groundwork for this final compromise bill. First, I want to thank all of my colleagues, and I want all of my colleagues to know that in this bill, we continue all longstanding legacy riders, such as Hyde and Hyde-Weldon, conscious protections. And I want to make it clear that we work together to avoid any new poison pill funding for controversial programs, such as Title X family planning. While we each approached this bill differently, it was important to present a bipartisan result, including member priorities with such as greater investments in biomedical research, pandemic preparedness, mental health, child care and education, efforts to combat the opioid epidemic, and rural health. Our final bill includes $194.4 billion in base discretionary funding, which is $12.9 billion below the 2023 enacted level. Even with additional resources added, the Labor H bill represents a 1% reduction from 2023 levels. The final bill also allocates limited resources to certain programs by reducing funding by approximately $630 million across 35 different programs. The Labor HHS bill provides an increase of $300 million for the National Institutes of Health. This funding provides targeted increases for research in specific areas that are so important, such as Alzheimer's, mental health, and cancer, including funding one that I'm particularly interested in, the Childhood Cancer STAR Act. We also continue efforts to fight the growing prevalence of substance use disorder. This bill provides $4.95 billion in funding across the bill for addiction treatments, prevention, research, and recovery programs. Investments to address this epidemic include $1.57 billion for state opioid response grants to address the opioid epidemic in ways that suit individual states' needs. $2 billion for the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Services Block Grant, again, giving our states the ability to address their issues. And $640.5 million for the NIH, their program helping to end addiction long-term, also known as the NIH HEAL Initiative. Additionally, we direct more resources to telehealth and rural health care programs that help states like my state of West Virginia. Rural health care will receive an additional $4 million to improve rural maternity and obstetric services, and an additional $4 million for a new rural hospital stabilization program. This Labor HHS bill prioritizes our children, starting with early childhood education to ensure children are ready to learn when they enter school, and continues investments for students in high school and college to make sure they are prepared for the jobs today, but for those jobs in the future. Specifically, we provide a $725 million increase for the Child Care and Development Block Grant, for $275 million increase for Head Start, both to support our early childhood education. A $20 million increase for Title I grants to local educational agencies to support K-12 students in low-income schools. And a $20 million increase for IDEA grants to states, which provides special ed services for our students with disabilities. Additionally, a $7,395 for the maximum Pell Grant Award for the 2024-25 school year to support low-income students pursuing post-secondary education. The Labor HHS section of this minibus isn't what any of us would have written individually. However, it reflects a four-corner negotiation with bipartisan priorities. It protects all legacy riders, and it did not provide any new funding for any poison pill programs. I stand here today to tell you that this bill can help our fellow citizens, but I'm also happy to report that this bill will have a tremendous impact on the people of the state of West Virginia. One of the reasons I'm proud to be on this Appropriations Committee is because of the impact that we can each have on our home states, and this bill demonstrates that. The priorities that I've advocated for since I started in the Senate, and the experiences that I've seen and learned from advocates, community leaders, patients and doctors, students, teachers, and parents throughout West Virginia, are why I wanted to help write this bill. So this bill includes ways to grow nursing programs where we have shortages, to look into addiction treatment and recovery programs. It helps with hospital expansions and improvements, and workforce initiatives for medical specialties, along with aviation workforce and water and wastewater technicians. I cannot list them all, but my partnerships and support for Marshall University, West Virginia University, Bridge Valley Community and Technical College, Shepherd University, the Martinsburg Initiative, Lily's Place, Charleston Area Medical Center, Roane General, Minnie Hamilton Health Center, and numerous other city and county programs are evident by the millions of dollars that we dedicate to the mission and work being done right back home in West Virginia. Far too often, the federal government overlooks what local entities can do to meet the needs and the challenges in their local towns and communities. But you know what? That's where the solutions are, and they know best. That's why I've been listening to them and that's why I'm bringing those resources home. I would like to again thank Vice Chair Collins and Chair Murray, I see her on the floor, and all of the members of this committee here and in the House for reaching this deal. Now I'd like to briefly thank all of the staff that worked to put this product together. Many of them are in the chamber right now. On my staff, Lindsay Seidman, Ashley Palmer, Emily Slack, Tom Pfeiffer, J.T. Jazurski, Dana Richter, and Addie Basali. On Senator Baldwin's staff, I'd like to thank Mike Gentile, Mark Leish, Megan Mott, Catherine Tumajin, Amanda Beaumont, Aaron Dugan, and Janie Delaney. With that, I would encourage my colleagues to vote positively on this bill. With that, Mr. President, I yield back my time.
The senator from Minnesota?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, what am I saying? Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Well, I'm going to start where my vice chair left off by thanking and appreciating our incredible staff for the hard work, the long hours that they contributed to this product. And then I want to join my vice chair in appreciating the heroic work of Patty Murray, our committee chair, and Susan Collins, our committee vice chair, for their leadership in ushering all 12 appropriations bills to the finish line. And I also want to thank you, Senator Capito, for your approach and cooperation on the labor HHS education bill this year. We started fiscal year 24 appropriations, the process nearly a year ago, including marking up 12 appropriation bills in an overwhelmingly bipartisan process last summer. The labor HHS education bill was reported out of committee 26-2, and I'm very proud of that. The goal then was to produce bills free of extreme and partisan policies that could pass the House, pass the Senate, and be signed by the President. And that is what we're here to finish today. The labor HHS education bill that's included in this package addresses some of our country's most pressing issues. It invests in our workers, our families, and our economy, from substance use and mental health programs to child care, to biomedical research, to education programs and workforce training. This bill delivers for the American people. This year, we received 9,185 programmatic appropriations requests from senators for important programs throughout this bill. To senators who might claim they didn't have a say in what's included in this bill, our doors have been open since the process began last year. And we've tried to reflect the priorities of every senator who has engaged in the appropriations process. Balancing the many competing priorities throughout the labor HHS education bill is difficult in any year. But this year was especially challenging because it includes less overall funding than it did last year. Consequently, this isn't the bill I would have written alone, but it honors the terms of the debt limit deal that was agreed upon last spring. The labor HHS education bill included in this package is very much of a compromise. But despite the challenges we faced over many months in writing this bill, I'm really proud of our finished product. It rejects proposals included in the House labor HHS education bill to completely eliminate critical programs. We saved programs such as those that are working to end HIV, ensured initiatives that increase access to contraceptives stay alive and well in this bill. And we kept programs in place that deliver supports for moms and babies. It rejected devastating cuts found in the House bill that would have gutted funding for educators and schools, gutted funding for biomedical research, gutted funding for Head Start, and gutted funding for federal financial aid for college students and public health programs. So we rejected those devastating cuts. It also rejects dozens of extreme policy riders that would have restricted reproductive health care and women's freedom to control their own bodies, as well as attacks on the LGBTQ community and workers' rights. In doing so, this labor HHS education bill protects the vast majority of investments made in the last 2 years, and in some cases, builds upon them. This bill addresses some of the most pressing needs that I hear about when I'm traveling in my home state of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin right now, families are paying 20% of their income on child care on average. And that is for those who can afford and access it. Over half of Wisconsin is in what we call a child care desert, meaning that for every open child care slot available in their community, there are 3 or more children who need it. I hear from families and businesses and educators about our dire need to invest in child care. And I'm proud to have done just that in this bill. This bill includes an increase of $1 billion for child care and Head Start, building on our major gains in the past 2 years. And I want to recognize our full committee chair, Patty Murray, for making this such a high priority. Look, I know that more needs to be done to fix our child care system so that it works for families, providers, and our economy. But this is progress. This will help kids get the strong start that they deserve, get parents back into the workforce, and help our businesses get the talent that they need. I'm also proud that we are investing in our future generations' health. To cure the diseases that plague our families and communities, we successfully boosted life-saving and life-changing biomedical research by $300 million. We are doubling down on Alzheimer's disease research because we need to find new treatments, preventions, and ultimately a cure. And as cancer continues to devastate families of all stripes, I am proud to report that we increased cancer research funding by $120 million. As we work to address the mental health crisis in our communities, we also increased funding for mental health research. One issue near and dear to my heart is the issue of opioid use disorder. My mother struggled with addiction to prescription painkillers throughout her life. And sadly, my mother's story is all too common, and the opioid epidemic knows no bounds, geographic or ideological. But in recent years, this crisis has taken to new heights with the increased prevalence of synthetic drugs like fentanyl. While our country grapples with deadly poisonings and overdoses from fentanyl, this bill protects investments in substance use programs. And as an increasing number of individuals, especially youth, are seeking crisis care, it includes an $18 million increase for the 988 Suicide Prevention Hotline that I was so proud to help create. With more than 100,000 individuals on the organ transplant waiting list, this bill invests in modernizing the organ procurement and transplantation network to better serve those families and give those families more hope. Accessing health care in our rural communities is often a challenge. I know we are acutely experiencing this in the western part of Wisconsin right now. And our bill includes targeted increases to rural health to help turn the tides. And last, but certainly not least, our legislation invests in our future. It protects funding for foundational K-12 and post-secondary education programs and supports students and educators. It increases funding for career and technical education while maintaining investments in workforce development programs to help prepare workers for good-paying jobs in in-demand careers. This will help people find careers that provide a stable middle-class life and help grow our economy. Now, I wish we could have done more. I'm disappointed that this bill isn't able to increase funding for family planning or include larger increases to any number of programs that truly meet the needs of families and communities. But given the hand that we were dealt, I am proud of the investments that we were able to make and protect in this bill. Nearly 6 months into the fiscal year, and nearly a year after we started this appropriation process by soliciting input from every member of the Senate, it is past time for us to get serious. This bill does that, and I look forward to supporting its passage today.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted for the following staffer in my office for the remainder of the 118th Congress: Claire Montero.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, before I start my remarks in regards to Sudan, I want to thank Senator Murray for her incredible leadership in regards to the appropriations issue, and Senator Collins. It took a lot of work to get us to where we are now. I urge my colleagues to cooperate so we can get this vote before the government shutdown at midnight. It's a bill that I think we all can support and be proud of. It's not everything that we wanted, but I think the priorities have been protected, and I thank the chairwoman for what she's done in that regard. Mr. President, in 2018, as the Sudanese people took to the streets to demand change after decades of war, a young woman climbed on the roof of a car. Protesters captured the Lady Liberty moment. As she pointed her finger in the air, she read a poem that would become one of the slogans of the Sudanese revolution. The bullets do not kill. It's the silence of the people that kills. It is silence that kills. Mr. President, I come to the floor today because we cannot be silent about Sudan. We must hold those committing war crimes accountable. I urge the Biden administration to take critical diplomatic steps to end the conflict in Sudan. In 2018, when protesters brought down the brutal and genocidal regime, 2/3 were women. They dreamed of a Sudan that was free of oppression, harassment, and sexual violence. A Sudan that would transition to democracy after nearly 30 years of authoritarian rule. But today, Sudanese women face the brute force of a vicious war between two armed factions. The SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces, and the RSF, the Military Rapid Support Forces. Both committed abuses during the civil war in Darfur. In the last years of their actions have been absolutely brutal. They have killed detainees and indiscriminately bombed civilians. They have conscripted children as soldiers. They have looted supplies and attacked aid workers. And one woman told NPR if they couldn't steal it, they burned it. They are targeting non-Arab ethnic groups in Darfur just as they did 20 years ago. Last month's videos emerged of troops chanting ethnic slurs as they paraded the streets holding decapitated heads. According to the United Nations, 15,000 people were killed in just one attack. More than 8 million people have fled their homes. 25 million, including 14 million children, need humanitarian assistance. In addition, Sudanese women face the widespread use of rape as a weapon of war. A 21-year-old survivor said, "I can't even count how many times I've been raped." Diplomatic efforts to end the conflict have failed. Ceasefire after ceasefire has been violated. In fact, the violence has intensified. Last December, I called for a special envoy for Sudan in Senate Concurrent Resolution 24. I'm pleased to see that the Biden administration has named former Congressman Tom Perrelli as our special representative. I strongly urge the administration to fully staff his office as quickly as possible so that Mr. Perriello can hit the ground running. We've lost too much time as it is. Mr. Perriello has 4 Herculean tasks ahead of him. First, he must establish a single diplomatic forum to negotiate a ceasefire. We need one effort that involves Africa, Middle Eastern, and European partners, along with partners from multilateral organizations. Second, he must bring warring parties to the table. The United States has imposed sanctions on the SAF and RSF. We need others to join us as we pursue additional targets. We must make it clear to the parties and their foreign backers that the cost of a continued conflict is higher than the cost of coming to the negotiating table. In the past, Middle Eastern nations, Turkey and even Russia, have picked sides in Sudan. A recent United Nations report found evidence that the UAE was giving arms to RSF. And according to the Sudanese and regional diplomatic sources, Egypt is helping the SAF. We must be clear. No nation should be providing arms or supports to these groups. Third, the special envoy must galvanize the humanitarian response. The SAF is blocking cross-border humanitarian assistance from Chad. And there are reports that they're obstructing assistance to areas controlled by the other side. That must end. At the same time, it is a moral stain on the international community that the UN appeal for Sudan is funded at just 4%. The United States is by far the biggest donor. We put our money where our mouth is. Partners with interests in Sudan, including neighboring countries, and especially those in the Gulf, need to do the same. Finally, the special envoy must start the conversation about addressing impunity once and for all. Last year's International Criminal Court announced an investigation into war crimes and crimes against humanity. The United Nations Human Rights Council established an independent fact-finding mission to investigate abuses. On December 6, Secretary Blinken announced he had determined that members of the SAF and the RSF had committed war crimes, and that the RSF and allied militias have committed crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing. Mr. President, the sad truth is, what is happening in Sudan is a large part as a result of the lack of accountability for previous abuses. Many of those involved in today's conflict committed war crimes in the past and were never held accountable. Maybe things would be different if former dictator al-Bashir had been tried at The Hague. Maybe the SFF would have reformed if high-ranking officials had been held accountable for their atrocities. Maybe the RSF would not exist if the Janjaweed had been accountable for their crimes in Darfur. Maybe General Hamati had not been getting flown into an Emirati jet and welcomed Africa heads of state, things might be different. And one thing is for sure, such crimes must not go unpunished. As chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I will continue to fight for justice and a resolution of this conflict. So those who continue to commit war crimes in Sudan know that we will keep fighting to bring you to justice, no matter how long it takes. To the women and the young people across the Sudan who dream of an inclusive political process with civilians in the driver's seats, do not give up hope. And to the international community, those in the United States who value human life and dignity, now is the time to step up. Now is the time to put an end to this cycle of violence that has plagued this region for generations. Now is the time to end silence. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, for the first time in American history, a gentleman of Muslim faith has been nominated to serve on a federal circuit court of appeals. What could and should have been a moment of pride has been stained by the nominee, Adil Mangi, having been subjected to a campaign of baseless and gross attacks. Senator Booker of New Jersey came to the floor yesterday and gave an eloquent and thorough rebuttal of those attacks, so I won't rehash that. But it is important that my colleagues understand where these attacks came from. It's not just they were untrue, it's that the whole campaign is a fake. These attacks are part of a coordinated campaign by the same dark money interests that helped Donald Trump pack our federal courts and who now want to stop President Biden from confirming qualified nominees who weren't handpicked by those billionaire special interests. You don't have to search long to see their fingerprints all over this smear campaign. And we can start with the main culprit, the Judicial Crisis Network. Let me give you just an overview of what the Judicial Crisis Network is. The billionaire operation to pack the courts had an operative who was the staff person, essentially, who directed it. His name was Leonard Leo. Leonard Leo runs a whole array of front groups to obscure what's really going on, sort of like a pea and shell game, only with lots of shells. And this is a diagram that I use about one component of his front group armada. And what this reflects is his own companies up here, CRC Advisors, CRC Strategies, and CRC Public Relations. They're the entities through which he extracts money for services, so-called, from this array of corporate entities. And to understand what it is, the real ones here are called 85 Fund and Concord Fund. Those are twinned entities. They share office space and funders and staff. And they have around them this array of other entities, none of which are real, all of which are registered fictitious names under Virginia law, under which the real entities are allowed to operate. And in this case, there are 6 of them. And one of them is this Judicial Crisis Network. This thing is being run through a fake entity that bears the fictitious name of a completely different organization. And behind that are more anonymous funders and screeners of funding, and ultimately behind all of that, a bunch of creepy billionaires. The story of the Judicial Crisis Network is that it was the main group that the operative, Leonard Leo, used to help the billionaires pack the Supreme Court with their hand-picked justices. It spent, for instance, almost $40 million opposing Merrick Garland's nomination to the Supreme Court, and thereafter supporting the Trump justices' confirmations. It took in millions in dark money dollars, in individual contributions as big as $15 million and $17 million. This is not a grassroots organization. This is billionaire-funded, multi-million-dollar contribution outfit. And it continues to work today in the service of packing the courts. It is an organization for the billionaires to work through from behind the scenes through their operative, Leonard Leo. It launched, against Mr. Mangi, a $50,000 ad campaign called Stop Anti-Semite Adil, in which a video plays saying the Senate should reject anti-Semite Adil Mangi, and, just to make the point even more grotesque, showing a plane flying into the World Trade Center. Classy stuff. It has tweeted and promoted the false attacks that Senator Booker described at length over the past 2 months. In recent days, as the attacks on Mr. Mangi ramped up, the organization tweeted out, "It looks like our ad campaign worked." This ad campaign had nothing to do with truth. It was all about using secret billionaire money to derail a circuit court nominee who had not been blessed by this outfit and the billionaires behind it. Leonard Leo, as the billionaire's operative, has his fingerprints all over smears by another dark money group attacking Mangi. This one is run by a former Neil Gorsuch clerk who also oversaw the Kavanaugh nomination on the Republican side. Because this is a dark money group, we don't know all of its donors, but we do know at least two. And the first is, guess who? The Judicial Crisis Network. It's the glove in the hand in the glove in the glove. JCN, Judicial Crisis Network, helped get the second organization off the ground with more than $250,000 in 2018 and 2019. And when the new organization launched, its leader tweeted, "Excited to work hand in glove with a person named Carrie Severino, who is a Judicial Crisis Network lead operative, my other longtime friends at JCN, and many others on the outside who understand the critical importance of the judicial fight." And specifically, he means the critical importance to billionaires to be able to control the judiciary and get things done that Congress would never pass through courts that will do their bidding. The dark money ties don't stop just there with the Judicial Crisis Network front group and the front group for the Judicial Crisis Network. The front group organization's vice president comes straight out of the Koch brothers, K-O-C-H, not C-O-K-E, the Koch political dark money network. That guy helped run multiple Koch political organizations, including the dark money flagship of the Koch political machine, called Americans for Prosperity. While there, guess what? He helped oversee Americans for Prosperity's multi-million-dollar campaign to pressure senators to confirm Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. Who's the other big donor? Donald Trump. Earlier this week, it was reported that Trump's PAC gave the organization $150,000 to keep up the dirty work. The leader of this group wrote an op-ed calling Mr. Mangi Hamas's favorite judicial nominee, and included a picture of Mangi with the Hamas flag edited to appear over his face. Classy stuff again. And tweeted that Mangi should, and I'm quoting here, "Go serve as a judge in Gaza, you anti-Semite." Just beautiful stuff. Leonard Leo and Trump World are also propping up yet another dark money group attacking Mangi and other Biden nominees, the Conservative Partnership Institute. The New York Times recently called the Conservative Partnership Institute a, quote, breeding ground for the next generation of Trump loyalists. It has received millions of dollars from Donors Trust, which is widely known as, and I quote here, the dark money ATM of the right. It builds no product. It offers no service. What it does is launders the identity of donors so that if you're a big donor and you want to send money into politics, you send it to Donors Trust first, and then the report, say to the 501c4, says that the source is Donors Trust and not whoever really gave it. That's what it lives to do, and hundreds of millions of dollars flow through it. It also received $1 million from Trump's PAC in 2021. CPI is quite a cast of characters. Folks like Mark Meadows, Steve Miller, Cleta Mitchell, and Jeffrey Clark. One of its projects has been to find bad faith ways to sink qualified Biden nominees, and Mangi is just the latest of its targets. This same group was behind the false attacks on Ketanji Brown Jackson that smeared her as lenient on sex offenders. These groups are spending millions in dark money from Leonard Leo, from Donald Trump, and from billionaires like the Kochs to keep the federal courts stacked in their favor. They want to stop President Biden's nominees, who weren't handpicked by them in some Federalist Society back room by billionaires and their fixers. It's not just Mangi who's their target. They've tried to smear many other Biden nominees, and there is an unusual concentration in their targets of people of color. They seem to have a particular fixation with people of color. They ran the despicable ads accusing Ketanji Brown Jackson of being more concerned about the well-being of pedophiles than the safety of children. Judicial Crisis Network spent $1.5 million on ads attacking Justice Jackson during her confirmation. Again, that's the fake group with a fictitious name that purports to be, that actually is Concord Fund, but purports to be something different. Judicial Crisis Network also spent more than $1 million on a smear campaign against Vanita Gupta and $300,000 on a campaign attacking Dale Ho, both extremely qualified candidates of color. JCN's president has written numerous op-eds calling nominees of color like Judge Nancy Abadou on the 11th Circuit, the first black woman ever on the 11th Circuit, ideologues and extremists. And these groups have waged similar smear campaigns in other committees than Judiciary, with qualified nominees of color like Asale Omarova for Department of Treasury and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve getting the smear treatment. Adil Mangi is an eminently qualified nominee. He comes across with all the dignity and decorum of an Oxford Don. He's as well-trained and intelligent as any candidate who has ever come before the Judicial Committee, and he has been the subject of vicious, bad faith attacks. And the attacks come from this billionaire-funded right-wing apparatus. It is a scheme. It's not just a smear, it's an op. It's a covert operation designed to prevent the Biden administration from confirming well-qualified, fair-minded judges to our courts so that they can create a vacancy, so that if they can get Donald Trump elected in November, they can then put another right-wing extremist who will do what the billionaires want onto the court. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a colloquy with the senior senator from Maine.
Without objection.
UNRWA is a completely irredeemable organization. Since October 7th, we have seen how much Hamas has infiltrated UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for the Palestinians. In fact, some have called UNRWA a front organization for Hamas. UNRWA staff participated in the October 7th attacks. Some participated in the attacks directly, some helped with logistics. One hostage alleges that her captor was an UNRWA teacher. Another UNRWA staffer was actually a commander that participated in an attack on a kibbutz that left 97 people dead and took 26 hostages. Regrettably, this does not come as a surprise. Because of previous UN investigations into UNRWA, we knew this was true before the October 7th attacks. We knew that UNRWA was using schools to store weapons and launch attacks on Israel. We knew that their textbooks preached hate toward Jews in Israel and glorified martyrdom.
I introduced this amendment because denying an organization like UNRWA that is so deeply embedded in Hamas is wrong. Our U.S. taxpayer dollars should not be going to fund an organization that is essentially a front for Hamas. This chamber's ultimate goal should be to permanently defund UNRWA, defund it the way the Trump administration did. I've spoken with the senior senator from Maine, and she and I have agreed that we will continue to fight to ensure that future appropriations to deny UNRWA access, assured me that she will continue to fight against future appropriations to deny UNRWA access to U.S. taxpayer dollars. This underlying bill does that for 1 year, and that's a start.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I very much appreciate the comments of the senator from Nebraska. I agree with him that UNRWA cannot be the conduit for humanitarian aid. It is clear that it has been infiltrated by Hamas, and indeed, Israeli intelligence indicates that specific employees of UNRWA were involved in the brutal atrocities of October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel. In addition, it is estimated that many other employees of UNRWA are sympathetic to Hamas or affiliated with Hamas. So American tax dollars should not be going through an organization that has been involved in some of its employees in a terrorist attack, one of the worst terrorist attacks that we have seen. A terrorist attack that resulted in the worst loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. How could we possibly allow American tax dollars to be used by this organization? Now, this is not to say that there should not be aid. There's differing views on that issue. But we know that there are other organizations within the UN. There's the UN's High Commissioner for Refugees organization. There's UNICEF. There's the World Food Organization. There are many other organizations. For me, Mr. President, what was most compelling is when I learned that Hamas had a major communications and command control center underneath UNRWA's headquarters. And there were additional Hamas organizations that had locations in the tunnels underneath UNRWA schools. Now tell me, how could UNRWA possibly not have known that this was occurring? How could they not have seen the tunnels being built, the air conditioners being brought in, the computers being installed, their electric rate going way up? It is just not conceivable that UNRWA was unaware of all of this. And as my friend from Nebraska has mentioned, we know that far too many of the schools that UNRWA is running in Gaza teach hatred in their textbooks, teach hatred not only of Israel, but of Jews in general. Totally unacceptable that American tax dollars would go to this organization. There are alternatives. And that is why in the supplemental appropriations bill, which I know the presiding officer feels so deeply about, as do I. In that bill, we defunded UNRWA, and we said that dollars from previous appropriations could not be used by UNRWA. And in the bill that is incorporated and before us today, the State Foreign Ops Bill, which is part of the 6-bill package, we also defund UNRWA. And we extended it beyond the end of this fiscal year. We extended it till March of 2025 to ensure there wasn't a gap and give us time. And I do pledge to my colleague from Nebraska to continue to work on this issue about which I feel so strongly. So I will continue to work with him, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to engage in this colloquy.
Mr. President,
Nebraska.
I'm grateful for the Senior Senator from Maine's commitment to defunding UNRWA, and grateful as well for her pointing out that there are other ways to provide aid to Gaza. I would also like to point out that when the Trump administration denied UNRWA funding a few years ago, the world did not come to an end. So I do believe, as the Senior Senator from Maine pointed out, there are alternatives. And with her commitment, and I appreciate, for that reason, I will no longer seek a vote on my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, first let me express my appreciation to the senator from Nebraska, and I will ask unanimous consent that a story from the Wall Street Journal on this very issue be submitted for the record. And I would note that this story estimates that approximately 10% of UNRWA staff in Gaza has links to the Hamas militants.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, before I suggest the absence of a quorum, I do want to just briefly respond to some of the comments that were made by my distinguished colleague from Kentucky, Senator Rand, earlier. The first is that he is correct that a lot of the increase in spending is on the mandatory entitlement side of the budget. But, Mr. President, that is not what the Appropriations Committee handles. That is not under our jurisdiction. The second point that I want to make is that in this 6-bill package, the amount of spending in the non-defense discretionary area is actually below last year. It is 1.7% below last year. And when you factor in inflation, that means there are real cuts that these agencies and programs are going to be experiencing. There is a 3.3% increase for defense, but that too is below the inflation rate. And when you look at the global threats that our combatant commanders have identified, we should be spending more for defense than that. And the final point I will make is that we have adhered to the Fiscal Responsibility Act caps on spending in this bill, the final six-bill package, and the overall bills that we have brought forth. So we have also accommodated and followed the agreement that was negotiated between the Speaker of the House and the Democratic leader of the Senate. So these bills are not big spending bills that are wildly out of scope. They are carefully drafted, they are conservative, and they meet the requirements of the FRA and the top line established by the leaders. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk should call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senate a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask if quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know my time might be short tonight because we finally come, I guess, to an agreement about a vote, but I wanted to come tonight to the floor to talk about why I'm voting against this bill. And I'm going to vote against this bill because the House has sent it over here without funding in it to support Ukraine, and I think that's shameful. I think that is a complete abdication of the House's responsibility to our own national security and to democracy around the world. It's common to come out here and criticize the United States Senate. I've done it many times, but I was grateful to be part of the Senate when we had about a 6-month negotiation about whether or not to pass what was called the supplemental, which was a budget bill to, among other things, fund Ukraine. There was money in that for Ukraine. There was money in that for Taiwan. There was money in that for Israel. There was humanitarian aid in there as part of that deal as well. There was a lot of disagreement about a lot of things. But over a 6-month period, we actually finally came to a bipartisan agreement and got 70 votes. You almost never get 70 votes for anything in this place unless it's easy. You almost never get 70 votes for anything in this place that's hard. And yet we were able to get 70 votes. We were able to put together a coalition of Democrats and Republicans to send a message to the House that funding Ukraine was very important, and that the United States Senate, despite our disagreements over many, many things, were united in the idea that we had an obligation to fulfill here on behalf of our national security, on behalf of democracy, on behalf of the fight that Ukraine has led. We had to overcome, to be sure, isolationist voices, mostly in the Republican Party, during that debate. There are people making arguments from that isolationist wing of the Republican Party that we heard before World War I, that we heard before World War II. It's not an unknown tradition in American history that people would come out and make those arguments. It's such a known tradition that the people that are advancing those arguments are calling themselves by the same name of some of the folks that were the most ardent isolationists before World War II. America Firsters is what they called themselves back then, and that's what they're calling themselves again. You would have thought they would have learned history's lesson based on the way that history shone on those last version of the American Firsters that were trying to keep us out of World War II. When my mom was being born in 1938 in Warsaw, Poland, a Polish Jew, the country was completely run over, or was about to be run over by the Nazis. But all these years later, you hear the same people, the same wing of the same party making the same arguments once again, and the arguments just don't make any sense. One of the ones I think is hardest to understand is this argument that we can't simultaneously support Ukraine. We, the United States of America, cannot simultaneously support Ukraine and prepare for a possible conflict with China, which I'm sure nobody here would wish. I certainly don't wish that conflict, but it's more than hypothetical. It's possible that someday we might be in conflict. But the idea that we would stop supporting Ukraine in an actual conflict against tyranny, in an actual conflict against fascism, in the hope that we would somehow be better prepared for later, makes absolutely no sense. And then when you look at the contents of the bills themselves, the bills that we passed, Mr. President, as part of the supplemental, and you see the money that's being spent all across America in 40 states, Mr. President, in 70 cities, Mr. President. Our industrial production for our military is up 20% since Russia invaded Ukraine because we were not investing in our production before that happened. That was a threat to our national security, and we are doing it now all over this country, all over the United States, in big cities and little cities, in rural communities and urban communities. That's what we're doing, and we're retooling our defense complex. Mr. President, could you ask the folks to please give me a chance to...
The Senate will be in order if members and staff would remove their conversations from the floor.
Thank you. So if I grant the isolationist wing's view of this, what I would say is even based on your own arguments, you should be for these bills, because these bills are making the United States stronger. They're refreshing our industrial base, our military base, and they're making us more prepared, not just for what's going on in Russia today, but for what could go on in China. I mean, it's utterly self-explanatory. And that's why I think it's actually an excuse for not engaging. I think it's an isolationist impulse and tendency that we've seen before. We saw it when the United States shamefully didn't get into World War II until years after we should have, and we're seeing it again here. But this is a different case than that, because we're not talking about American troops. We're just talking about American support. So we're talking about retooling our industrial base. We're talking about creating jobs here in the United States. We're talking about spending the vast majority of money that we authorized in that bill in the United States of America, not in Ukraine, but here. And I suppose it would be one thing if Ukraine hadn't earned our support, but on top of everything else, they have. In the last 2 years since they were invaded, an invasion they did not ask for, they have done everything the world could have asked of them, more than the world could have asked of them. You know, it's another point here too, Mr. President, that we're not sending them mostly our fanciest equipment either. We're sending them older equipment that's a lot better than the Soviet age equipment that they had, but it's allowing us to have the newest versions of this. We're sending older versions of that equipment to Ukraine, but they have used it magnificently. I'm on the Intelligence Committee, and the intelligence community is telling us that the Ukrainian people have fought magnificently. I've heard some of the isolationists on the other side of the aisle say, well, we don't know where the money's being spent, and therefore we shouldn't spend any more money. I think it is safe to say, Mr. President, that there is no enterprise in the world, I choose my words carefully, there is no enterprise in the world that has a better set of receipts than the men and women that have been fighting on the Ukrainian front lines. I challenge any of those people to show me where they said that Ukraine was going to throw Putin off half the territory that he took from them, but they have. That they've been able to attack his so-called, impregnable supersonic missiles, but they have. The Ukrainian people don't even have a navy, really. I don't mean any offense, but it's true. They don't really have a navy, and yet they've been able to keep Putin out of the Black Sea. And that has meant that wheat has been able to be transported from Ukraine all over the world so people can eat. These fighters have the receipts. It's in the success that they've had. And it's important to understand this isn't just a fight for Ukraine, which they have fought magnificently. It's a fight for the West. It's a fight for NATO. It's a fight for democracy itself. They didn't ask for this fight. President Zelensky never asked for this fight. 3 years ago, he was cutting television, or he was on a television program, and then he ran for president. And he got elected because there was such concern about corruption in the country. They said, you know what, we're going to put a television guy in charge, and maybe he'll do better. And then Putin invaded his country, thinking that he was going to be able to decapitate the regime in 72 hours, thinking that Zelensky was going to run, thinking that they wouldn't stand up to his invasion. The first invasion since we settled all this stuff at the end of World War II with the global order and commitment to the rule of law. My mom's still alive, the one that my mom, who was, I mentioned earlier, born in 1938, she's still alive. She can't believe she's lived long enough to see another land war break out in Europe. I suppose, seen from a different way, it's an incredible testament to the institutions that have been built and the alliances that have been built, that it's been so long since we've had somebody who would, with the audacity to do what Putin has done. But thank God he ran into the Ukrainians for all of us, because we don't have to send our people there. And NATO does not have to send their people there. They're willing to fight and die for democracy. And they're asking us to support them not with our people, but with our military support and with a little bit of money. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we passed a bill with 72 votes over here to fund the effort in Ukraine. And the House of Representatives has completely ignored it. That same isolationist wing that is over here, that is now over there in the House of Representatives, is declining to fulfill our responsibilities to the rest of the world. And they have left town today without having supported Ukraine. I want to say, by the way, as I stand here, that there's been an incident in Moscow today, or outside of Moscow, and I'm very sorry for the theater goers that are there who lost their lives, further illustration of how complicated this world is. But let me tell you something, Mr. President. There is nobody more cheerful about the House of Representatives' failure to pass the Senate bill than Vladimir Putin. He reads our newspapers. He reads our social media. He manipulates our social media. And he knows what's at stake. And the Ukrainians know what's at stake. And this is not fanciful. The questions that are at risk here. Look what happened just in the last few weeks in Russia. Vladimir Putin got reelected by something over 95% of the vote in Moscow. And of course, it was completely manipulated. And he went out and said, this is an endorsement for my war. This fraudulent election is endorsement of my war. Look what happened in Hong Kong last weekend, Mr. President, where the Chinese Communist Party from Beijing has completely thrown out the rule book in Hong Kong, which has a long tradition of commitment to the rule of law, free enterprise, a place where you could predictably run a business or have a newspaper, have an opposition, And in this weekend, they've sucked out the last embers that were glowing there of the right to be able to do that stuff. So now you can get a life prison, maybe even worse than a life prison, in Hong Kong if you defy what Beijing says. Just like Alexander Navalny, who was put in prison by Putin, the leading opposition figure in Russia, put in prison by Putin, and now, died of natural causes in his early 40s because Putin killed him. While members of this Congress were at Munich during the security conference, he knew exactly what the message was he was sending. I care so little about your opinion of this that I'm going to kill Alex Navalny while you are all there. So I'm going to come to an end because I can tell people need to move on to the next thing. But let me just say, Mr. President, contrary to what I've heard in the debate around here, the Ukrainians have succeeded beyond anybody's wildest dreams. The evidence is so clear that that's true. Even the most recent town that was defeated, which was a smoldering ruin by the time the Russians got there, Avdiivka, it took the Russians 6 months and 30,000 troops to get that village. And the lines have held otherwise, notwithstanding the fact that they're out of bullets, notwithstanding the fact that they're out of artillery, and that at this point, in some ways, they're kind of fighting with their bare hands, which is how they started in this war. And we have a responsibility here that is not a service to Ukraine. This is a service to our national security. This is a service to our kids and to our grandkids. This is a service that's the same as the one that was provided by the people before World War II who were able to overcome the America First crowd back then so that America could play its unique role in the world. And this is a service to anybody on planet Earth who cares about freedom, who cares about the ability to have a real debate and a real discussion, who cares about whether there's actually a rule of law in place so might doesn't make right, so that you can open a small business in your village on a corner and know that a gang isn't going to come and steal your money, so that you know that your parents and grandparents aren't going to be locked up with the key thrown away just because they had a different point of view than the ruler of the country. And in human history, it's much more common to see a situation where might makes right than it is for people to exercise those freedoms. And the Ukrainians know that from the guys that are on the front lines to President Zelensky and back. That's why they're fighting so hard for this freedom. That's why we need to pay attention when Putin takes out his leading opposition. That's why we need to understand the implications for us when China sweeps into Hong Kong and rips away people's freedoms and people's rights in front of the entire world. It's what happens when they shut down opposition newspapers. This is something we should be able to agree on without respect to our political party. And I worry a lot about what's going to happen over the next 2 weeks, because there are people out there that are not telling the truth about what the battle has been in Ukraine. There are people out there, amazingly to me, who think the United States can't support Ukraine effectively and prepare for what might be coming down the pike. There are people who don't believe that our military needs to be retooled. And I'm really worried in this moment that crossing our fingers and hoping for the best is not a recipe for a good outcome here. And that's why I believe that it was critical for us to try to force in this debate on this bill the inclusion of Ukraine funding. And I've said that all the way along. The first funding bill that came over here 6 months ago, I threatened to shut the government down over that bill because it didn't include Ukraine funding. A deal had been cut behind closed doors between the then Speaker in the House and others in the House to allow the bill to come forward without Ukraine funding. And I said to my colleagues here, we have no plan to fund Ukraine. We had no plan to fund Ukraine. And as a result of that threat, we were able to get commitments from the leaders of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party here that we keep working on it, and we keep working on it. Several months later, we had the same kind of moment, and we were able to get the same kind of commitment. And because we all work together on this, notwithstanding the political divisions that exist in our country, we were able to get to that 72-person vote. We were able to show Putin that we were going to stand up against him here. Against him here. And unlike some people here, he knows exactly how things are going on the Ukrainian battlefield. He knows he's got real problems on the Ukrainian battlefield because it took 30,000 people to succeed at the last village that he was able to secure. And he knows how this nation of MacGyvers has shown up time and time and time again to figure out how to take him on with their fists or with drones or with our help. But I'm sorry to say this, Mr. President, I think it is true that the battlefield that he is trying to succeed on is the battlefield of the United States Congress. He thinks he is going to win on this battlefield. He's trying to count on our dysfunction, our division, our petty disagreements, and the lack of understanding about what's at stake here from a historical point of view or from democracy's point of view, or the message that we want to send to our allies and to our foes around the world. Tonight, he's going to be able to sleep a little better because the House failed to do it. So I'm not here to say that I'm going to shut the government down. There's nothing I can do at this point to bring the House of Representatives back to Washington, D.C. That's not possible. There wouldn't be any benefit to doing that. I am going to vote against this bill because it doesn't include the Ukraine funding in it. And I would say to my colleagues who are here, every single one of whom supported the Ukraine funding when it came through the Senate, that we've got our work cut out for us over the next 2 weeks to make sure that we persuade the people in the House of Representatives that there's no more time left. That the Ukrainians, as I said, are out of bullets and out of ammo and out of time. And we're out of time too. The whole world is watching us. I don't know the Speaker, but I'd be very surprised if he wants to go down in history as the person or the politician who lost Ukraine. Who lost Ukraine because he had to hold on to his job, or who lost Ukraine because there were people in his party who couldn't resist the celebrity benefit of going out and raising money on a crazy politics that doesn't recognize the stakes for what they are. We were able to close over that here in the Senate. And I believe that the House is going to have to do that as well. And we've got to do everything we can to make sure they reach that conclusion, because the consequence for our nation's reputation will be as severe as anything that we have ever certainly faced in the last decades around here. So usually I would end by saying I'm confident. What I'm confident is that there are people of goodwill in this body that have worked together to get this done, and who will continue to work together to make sure the United States of America stands up for democracy, stands up for NATO, stands up for our responsibilities to our children and grandchildren, and our responsibilities to this world. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Before he leaves the floor, I want to thank my colleague from Colorado. He has been steadfast in his support of the Ukrainian effort, and it makes a difference. I think we all have to speak out with what we're facing. We should have appropriated the money long ago to stand behind the people of Ukraine. And the fact that they are now at a moment in history where their fate may be decided really underlines the importance of your statement to this Senate. Though this bill that's going to be voted on later this evening covers so many areas, it still leaves a terrible gap, not only in our support for Ukraine, but also for the humanitarian assistance, which was part of our effort. When we read of the terrible humanitarian tragedy in Gaza and other places, we realize the United States needs to help provide water and food and medicine and the basics for them to survive, just as we need to help the people in Ukraine to fight this effort. Let me just add parenthetically a moment of personal pride. 60 Minutes in a show last week highlighted Lithuania in the Baltics and how this small country of 3 million people has become a haven for political dissidents from Russia and other places. It is with some risk that they've assumed this responsibility, but they are part of a commitment, this small nation, to democracy. The United States needs to make that same commitment and put our money where our values really lie. Your speech this evening highlighted that, and I thank you for your leadership.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the following staffer in my office be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the 118th Congress. Emily Trudeau.
Without it.
Long things. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent. Are we in quorum?
We're not.
No. I ask unanimous consent that at 6:15 the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Scheidlower nomination and vote on the confirmation of the nomination without further intervening action or debate, and with all of the previous provisions remaining in effect.
Without objection.
I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, over the last several days and weeks, I've heard a lot
And
of
it's in a quorum call?
Oh, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, over the last several days and weeks, I've heard a lot of discussion from some of my colleagues here in the Senate and in the House of Representatives about what they consider to be inappropriate congressionally directed spending projects. The majority of those projects appear to be objectionable simply because the organization involved provides services to lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans. Let me say that all of the CDS projects identified in the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education bill were in the Senate bill that was reported out of the Appropriations Committee last summer by an overwhelming bipartisan vote of 26-2. Second, and more importantly, I am deeply concerned about why these projects are being singled out. They're being singled out and discriminated against because they serve a particular group of Americans, a group of Americans that every single one of us in this chamber represents. We all have gay and lesbian, bisexual, and transgender constituents. And just like any other group of constituents, they are deserving of getting health care, mental health care, affordable housing, and a little help to lead a successful life. However, the bullying campaign against organizations that help people who are just living their true, authentic lives is just wrong. For example, one project singled out provides services for LGBTQ seniors as a part of a housing project. The project is to help low-income seniors age in place. The Labor HHS education bill includes multiple CDS projects that help our seniors get the care and housing they need as they age. But this is the only one that's been on a list as being somehow objectionable. Another is a federally qualified community health center, basically one of our community health centers that provides services for individuals struggling with substance use disorder. That organization has noticed an increased need among members of the LGBTQ community and noted in their CDS request that that's a population that they served and who needs service. For this, the CDS project was, again, by some of my colleagues, identified as somehow controversial. In fact, several of the projects that have been identified as problematic are to provide mental health services to people in the LGBTQ community, including LGBTQ youth. LGBTQ kids are just like any other kids. They have stressors in life. They face depression, anxiety, and other challenges, and they need help navigating it. Now, some of this criticism has been blatant misinformation, including one in my own home state. An organization in Wisconsin that has for a long period of time helped kids who experience homelessness get help to get back on their feet with employment help or mental health and counseling, finding housing, and more. I was proud to secure funding for a very specific and narrow program of theirs that provides mental health support and counseling for kids experiencing homelessness. This would be for all kids. In fact, the organization does such great work that it's received federal funding for years, including under the Trump administration. But since the organization has a program which will get exactly $0 of this federal funding, but this program to help LGBTQ kids, it was ruthlessly attacked and smeared. These attacks do not live in a vacuum, and they have real-world consequences. When this body says to LGBTQ community members that they are not worthy of our help, what kind of message do you think that sends? Also, considering that we agree that the country is facing a mental health crisis, Why would we be barring resources from helping a certain group of people, particularly a group that is acutely feeling the mental health crisis? A recent survey of LGBTQ youth revealed that nearly half of LGBTQ youth seriously consider attempting suicide in this past year. Nearly 1 in 4 LGBTQ youth attempted suicide, and nearly 3 in 4 reported persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness. But almost 60% of LGBTQ youth who wanted mental health care in the past year were not able to access it. These statistics are all young people, someone's child, sibling, neighbor, student, or classmate, and maybe one or more will occupy these seats working collaboratively with colleagues to serve their state and their country. I hope we can pause to consider that when we single out a group of Americans, it has a real impact. Our work and our words here matter. And I hope we can rise above the bullying, and we can, as we have for months, work across the aisle to deliver for all of our constituents. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of amendment number 1725, which will be called up later. have manufacturing coming back that should have never left, but we allowed it to leave, to bring it back so that we don't have to rely on unreliable foreign partners, if you will, foreign entities. The White House wanted money for EVs. I wanted domestic manufacturing, secure supply chain. We were at a standstill, and we couldn't move any further. So we had to compromise, and the compromise was pretty simple. The administration would only get money to incentivize people to buy an EV if we were making and sourcing these ingredients that we needed, the critical minerals from America, or a reliable supply chains. And that supply chain was countries that we already had free trade agreements with. And let me make sure you understand. Our main objective for this bill, the IRA, was this. We will not be doing business with foreign countries of concern. And those foreign countries were four mainly: China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. There's no way we should be depending on anything coming from them who doesn't have our values, because they will use it as a wedge. But the administration has completely liberalized and in fact broken the law that we agreed to and actually passed. And we've been having this continuously back and forth. I cannot believe, dealing in good faith, we ended up with what we ended up with. We put strict but achievable standards in the IRA to ensure that China and other nations that don't share our values don't benefit off the backs of the American taxpayers, and that we don't willingly give Xi Jinping, President of China, a geopolitical weapon to use against us. I can guarantee you, when he watched Putin weaponize energy, he surely was going to basically use it, the weaponization of all the critical minerals that we're using and all the things that we depend on from China. And he'd have done the same thing with. I remember waiting in line in gas lines in 1974 to have to buy gasoline to go to work. I can remember those days vividly. I couldn't believe that the United States of America got itself into that mess. But we did. But we got ourselves out of it too. And you think that China's not going to be using that to their advantage to bring us to our knees? Well, I'm not going to be waiting in line for a battery to come from China, sir. Sorry. But last year, the administration proposed cutting in half the IRA's requirements. This is how desperate they are to get more, to basically disregard the bill that we all agreed on in good faith and signed with the purpose of bringing manufacturing back. But they want their ambition to get more EVs out the door quicker than ever before. They cut everything in half. This is exactly what's written in the bill. This is it, language plain. By 2023, you should have had 40% of the minerals that must be extracted or processed in the U.S. for free trade agreement countries or recycled in North America. 40%. Every year it went up. So we would be more and more dependent on America, building up and building basically our ability to manufacture. This is exactly what they did. Do you think it's a coincidence they cut everything in half? From 40%? Now, this is what they admitted. This is what they're working with. This is their, they call them their new rules they have coming out, according to the Treasurer's proposed rules. And I'll get into why they call them proposed rules too. So, this is what we intended to be self-sufficient. This is exactly what they intended to meet their political agenda, to get these out the door quicker, cut everything in half. The IRA set deadlines. And like I said before, the deadlines were 2023, 24 to completely remove the countries from the critical minerals and battery manufacturing. We wrote language in the bill. If you read the IRA bill, it's written in there that we cannot do business with China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. That was the whole purpose. If you're going to go down this path, let's make sure we get something back for the American taxpayers, but also for American manufacturing. But now the IRS is proposing temporary exemptions through at least the end of 2026. When have you heard of temporary rules that would go through? They're supposed to be basically done by December 31st, 2024. They put in their rules 2026 or later. Or later. There's another 3 years of China and other foreign nations reaching deeper into and controlling more of our electric vehicles' battery supply chain. The longer we allow this to happen, the longer we allow this to happen by basically not being more, pushing our American energy and technologies quicker, then basically all we're doing is supporting China and their grip they have on us. Worse yet, the IRS under this administration seems to have adopted a new legal strategy to avoid any accountability from the courts or Congress. Now, this is the real innovative, creative way they're thinking. By issuing proposed rules, when you issue proposed rules like this and never finalizing them, the IRS can break the law, legally break the law, implement it in any way they wish, that they would have passed it. I have said this from day one. You're implementing a piece of legislation you never passed. I tell the White House that every day. You didn't pass this. The law we passed tells you exactly what to do. You're trying to implement something that you would like to do, but you never did. And they do it with proposed rules because they think that basically protects them from any litigation. It's a breach of everything that we agreed, a breach of everything that we agreed in good faith, and not the way the government in this great country of ours should ever operate. Let me be clear. There is no question that the IRA will be one of the most transformative bills in the way it was written. It was all of the above. It was an all-purpose bill. It was balanced between the energy that we need today, the fossil fuels that we're going to do them cleaner, and the technology of the energy we want in the future. That's exactly what the bill was proposed to do. It was proposed to bring back manufacturing that we let go, basically with the NAFTA agreement, North American Free Trade Agreement, way back when in the 80s and 90s, and then now with what we're dealing with bringing China in the WTO in late 90s, early 2000s. We've allowed things to leave our country we should have never allowed the manufacturing base to ever leave. So let me be clear. There's no question that the IRA will go down as one of the most transformational bill that we've ever passed. It's bringing opportunity. It surely is. It's bringing opportunity in areas that got left behind. Electric vehicle and battery makers announced $52 billion in investments in North America's supply chains before the IRS even started loosening the rules. They want to come back to America. They want to build. But as long as you basically allow the foreign entities of concerns, the Chinas of the world, to continue to flood the market with cheaper prices, our people will never be able to have a foothold as far as the manufacturing in the United States. That's the problem. We knew it would take a couple years for us to get up to speed, but we'll never get up to speed as long as they can still buy cheaper products somewhere else. Numbers like this show that breaking the law doesn't get us more investment. It just makes the cost go up for every American taxpayer and sends our tax dollars overseas. We're trying to bring that manufacturing back and keep those dollars here, not in China or Russia. But even bribing Americans with liberalized unlawful $7,500 wasn't good enough for the administration because it doesn't meet their political timetable to eliminate gas-powered vehicles. Now, if they had a good enough product, the product in America, the market usually will react. The market will reject or accept. It won't do it on your timetable. But when you have the government behind you, pushing you in a way to force the options you may have, that's not how we built the country we have. It's not how we built this capitalist mentality or this entrepreneurship. It's just not who we are. So the EPA piled on by proposing these new tailpipe rules that force automakers to limit consumer choice and force Americans to buy EVs full of Chinese parts. It's exactly what's happening now. EPA wants more than 2/3 of the new cars to be electric by 2032, when there's only 8% of them are electric today. They can't meet that goal unless it's buying overseas, which is what we try to stop. Their intentions is to continue to flood the market any way they possibly can for their own political agenda by their extreme environmental climates at the destruction, basically, of our own jobs, our own economy. The only way it would be possible to get anywhere close, like I said before, is to do business with other foreign countries because China has a lock on most of all the markets. Anodes, cathodes, 80% of that. Basically, rare earth minerals, about 60 to 80% of that. They've been doing this for quite a while. We want to get back up to speed, but we can't do it by continuing to support them. Xi Jinping is already showing that he will use critical minerals as leverage to put Americans and the free world at risk by directing the Chinese government to implement new restrictions on exports of several critical minerals. Now he'll really start putting the choke on us. He sees that we have legislation that's going to force us to buy a product that he has control over. Can you imagine us getting ourselves into a jam to where we're going to be dependent upon China for the critical minerals and the battery components that we need to run the vehicles that we decided to change our transportation mode to? before we're ready to do it ourselves? I'd expect that from Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party. But I can't believe that we'd be dumb enough to play into their hands. It's unbelievable. And there's nobody that you can talk to in the industry doesn't understand exactly what I'm saying. I never could have expected our own government to give up so easily and continue to let foreign nations control our nation's transportation. You know, I even said this too. They told me about all the charging stations that we have to spend billions and billions of dollars. The federal government, federal taxpayers. I do not remember when Henry Ford basically was able to have the production of the Model T and bring it into mass production where the average person could buy it, that we said, oh, we got to go out and start building filling stations. I don't think the federal government built filling stations to meet the demand of the market. The market did it, and the market will do it again. Oh, no, we can't do that. We can't take a chance on the market. So let's go ahead and just commit billions and billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to do what the market has always done for America. I'll do everything in my power to hold this administration accountable to the deal we made and the intent of the deal. Everybody knew about it. Protect America's taxpayers and to secure our energy supply chains. If we're going to do it, let's do it and benefit from it. Let's build America back. Let's do what we do best. Let's innovate and create. Let's believe in the market and allow the market basically force us to work as they've always worked for America. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that's coming up because I can tell you one thing. We have got to send a signal that this country is able to take care of itself. We're able to compete for ourselves, and we should not depend on foreign, unreliable foreign supply chains for the most critical building blocks of our country. Transportation basically keeps the lights on, it keeps food on your table, it does everything necessary for us to live a quality of life in this country. And to allow it and give it up because we are not in control of our transportation mode is absolutely criminal. So with that, Mr. President, I would say I hope all of our colleagues will look at this amendment very seriously and see how important it is for us to maintain this tremendous independence this country has always had. And with that, I yield the floor.
Question occurs on the confirmation. Is there a sufficient second? Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Did he vote?
You got Hassan.
No, I knew. I need him. I need you to vote. I need. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Never mind, I got somebody.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all set. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mrs. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, thank you, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative, Baldwin, Cassidy, Cornyn, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Manchin, Merkley, Ossoff, Reed, Ricketts, Schatz, Sinema, Thune, and Tillis. Mr. Tuberville voted in the negative. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mrs. Britt, no. You weren't ready. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Blumenthal? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Warner, aye.
Mr. Fetterman, aye.
Mr. Haggerty, aye.